All righty. Sorry about that, y'all. Y'all know we got this new headset. The OBS went to the default, which is the speakers, which there are none. All right, y'all. I didn't want to come do this show. Y'all know I don't come on this early. But I happened to get a notification to somebody I didn't even know I was up to. Cynthia Rose. And she was saying some of the stuff out her mouth trying to make black people seem superior to white people. But she don't realize she's thinking that she's making you feel good and making you feel like even though you want the bottom in this country, that you are physically and mentally superior to white people. If you are superior to white people, why did they enslave you? If you taught them how to bathe, how did they turn around and enslave you? So obviously, the Moors wasn't that smart. And here in 2021, we killing each other while they sitting back there laughing, and you got a woman talking about we superior. Where we superior at? We can't even get together and start a business, but they can. We can't get along without killing each other, but they can. Keep putting out this misinformation talking about we physically are more dominant. We the more dominant gene. Where's the proof of it? Because when I look, I see us at the bottom. So when you sit there and you keep saying these things and you wonder why no white people are not calling in, they laughing at you. They think you stupid. They really think that you stupid. Why would they answer? I wouldn't answer you. Wait a minute, somebody said the volume is down. Hold on. Yeah, I know we got this new headset. This Obama phone ain't worth nothing. I can hear. Yeah, the volume working. Somebody stop sending me that. The volume is working. I need y'all to understand something. If she was talking about us coming together, creating businesses, getting along, being respectful, getting the respect of other races, I will be on board. But you coming trying to make fun of somebody that in real life is superior every way. You want to talk about some genetic faults, but in real life, they are superior in every way. That's like me playing for my high school basketball team, and I'm going to go challenge the LeBron James. Yeah, LeBron, I'm from good stock. You from the ghetto. But we get on the court, and he embarrassed me. That's us black people. So why are you sitting there trying to feel superior? She's trying to make you feel good. The same way I tell you, those preachers try to make you feel good and sending you right to hell. I cannot stand pro-blacks because they're not pro-black. They pro themselves. They want to make you feel good so that you donate to them. They want to make you feel good so you spend money to come see them debate. They want to make you feel good so you support them. That information that she said don't mean nothing in the real world. It doesn't mean anything in the real world. It's not going to help you get a scholarship. What you going to do? Go in the office? Yeah, I'm superior to you white people. Give me a scholarship. It's going to help you be the CEO of a company? Yeah, my DNA is superior. I got melanin and you don't. Give me the CEO position. Don't work that way. The stuff she talk about don't mean nothing. And kept saying it over and over again. The Moors gave them soap. The Moors got enslaved by them. So you let Neanderthals enslave you. How can you brag about that? That's my point. It's not a diss against H. Divine or Cynthia Rose, whatever she calls herself now. It's not a diss to her. What I'm dissing is the intent of the information she's sending. The intent is not to educate. The intent is to make you feel good about being at the bottom. That's the intent. And that's what's wrong. With the base you have, you should be getting people to unite and put their resources together and create things so that we can have our own and we can be on par with the other races and we can have respect. Because, see, you can't have unity until you have respect. And as long as we consider the pets of all the races, long as we consider the lower rung, we're not going to get the respect. We only get the sympathy. When you hear Biden talk about, and look at the minorities, how they do, that's sympathy. Why are you satisfied to be sympathized on if you're supposed to be superior? Somebody talk to me, I listen. Somebody talk to me, I will listen. Somebody said there ain't no sound. Hello? So now nobody won't answer. And I know a lot of people, a lot of idiots out there are going to say, oh, he's picking on the young black woman. He's picking on a young lady that's trying to do something. What was the young lady trying to do? Can somebody explain to me how telling people that's at the bottom, they superior to the people at the top? Don't tell me I'm superior and I'm at the bottom. Don't do me no good. Tell me how can I come up to their level so that we can all be equal. Tell me that. That's information. That's content. But you telling me, yeah, be satisfied to be in the projects. Some of these young white kids, 5 years old, got better computers than our teenagers are fighting over, waiting in line to get it at the high school, and you worrying about, oh, I'm superior. All day related to monkeys. When we gonna grow up? When are we gonna man up? I've never heard such stupid talk in my life. And it sounds stupid. Because you admitting that black people are inferior. That's what you're saying. You're saying that black people are stupid. You're saying that black people dumber than apes. Because you call them apes, but yet they've dominated us for thousands of years. They've whipped us, cut our heads off, hung us from trees, and we ain't done nothing. But you want to sit here and say you superior. How are you superior? We go down to Georgia and Mississippi and comb them lakes. How many bones of black people are we going to find? Bet you we ain't going to find no white ones. But we superior. This is what happens when you give an idiot knowledge and don't train them how to use it. Because, yeah, she went and looked some stuff up. But she didn't think about how does it really reflect on our race. If we gave them soap and taught them how to bathe, if we had pictures of a black Jesus and we let them come in and enslave us and take out our pictures of the black Jesus and put a drug addict in its place, and we sat there and did nothing about it, that make us look stupid. It don't make us look powerful. It don't make us look educated. So why do you think you're doing something for black people by making this show? What are you doing? You ain't doing nothing. You didn't have no content today? People like Sarnetta and them been doing shows like that for years. Man been talking about getting a building for 10 years and still ain't got one, still outside on the sidewalk selling his stuff. Why do y'all listen to people like this who don't deliver on what they say? With all the people that watch him, he could have put together and owned that whole block. But instead, he went and bought a Mercedes. Because that's dumb black people. We make the wrong decisions. We let people get over on us. That's what we did. That's what the Moors did. That's what the slaves in Africa, the soldiers did. They let smarter people get over on them. So if they are Neanderthals, if they are apes, they smarter than we is. Because they can get us to fight one another while they get the riches and the spoils. And we get the bloodshed, our blood being shed. They sitting back counting the money. How are they inferior? Their kids is talking about being doctors, scholars, criminologists, scientists, astronauts. Our children talking about, I'm going to be a rapper, or I'm going to be a dancer, or I'm going to be a comedian. Where are we superior at? If you black and you got intelligence, you're going to be teased and say, oh, you're trying to be white. You're talking proper. You're trying to be white. So when black people excel, you want to stop them. That's like dumb crabs that got the brain this size. They don't have the sense to say, let's climb on top of each other and pull each other out. No, they pull each other back down into the burrow. That's black people. And you supposed to be coming on and doing something positive. I'm trying to figure out what the hell are you talking about? How'd that make you feel good as a black person to know that somebody who's supposed to be physically inferior to you, you've let dominate you for thousands of years and viciously dominate you? The only reason you're not walking around in chains now is because of their mercy. Their mercy on us. The conscience of the good white people is the reason why we still not in chains. How are we superior? So since I got blocked in your chat, come over here in mine, because I won't block anybody. Come in here and debate me. Because you make our people look stupid. So come on over here, since I went over there and got blocked. And I wasn't even disrespectful. I just asked you to stop. Stop embarrassing our people. And you blocked me. So bring your butt over here. You won't get blocked. Come over here. Because, see, I did the nice thing. I went over there and tried to smarten you up. My people telling me they don't see my comments. You read everybody else's comments, why you skip mine? Miss A.C. Deviney, Miss Cynthia Rose, why did you ignore my comment? You didn't read not one of them. And nobody in your chat mentioned them either. So what's the purpose of me coming on there when you're not going to let me on? And if you do let me on, you're not going to let me speak. But bring your butt over here. We don't care about views. We don't care about numbers. We care about the truth. And the truth is, you wrong for what you did today. And I'm correcting you. And if you don't like it, then come see me. Because, see, I won't block you over here. And, see, I don't use StreamYards. But if you want to call in, the number is 443-461-4518. Nightbot says it in the chat. I'm not hard to find. The email address is brodero40@gmail.com. Come see Brodero, the best roaster in the sector. Come see him. Let him show you for the dumb little girl you are. Because you really look young. Do you really think that she was cute? White people living in land for luxury while we out here struggling. And you think they care? Why would they want to call in? They laughing at you. Look at her on the screen. They laughing at you. But you think you're doing something. And the person who donated you $100, instead of taking that money and taking it down to their own children's school and investing in that school, they gave it to you for telling lies. Not necessarily lies, just dumb information. Just like sitting here saying, yeah, I'm the best football player in the world. Why are you not in the NFL? That's because I'm black. I'm not. No, if you good, they're going to take you. People want to win. So if you good, why are you not in the NFL? Well, you got a million excuses. That's our people, full of excuses. Well, the society holding me back. It's white supremacy. People love their football team. They want to win. They don't care what color. They care if you're green. If you can go out there and score, they're going to hire you. That's not an excuse. But yet, immigrants get off the boat and come over here and start businesses. We can't start nothing without something going wrong. You can't even have 6 people in the same house without somebody trying to kill each other. Yet the Mexicans come over here and live 19, 20 in one house. I seen Africans, 9 of them in a 1-bedroom apartment, come over here and make money. And we crying about there ain't no opportunity. They got opportunity. I'm not sitting over here trying to jump on somebody to be jumping on them. This is a correction. And the fact that not one troll came over here lets me know that I'm correct. So you challenge somebody to come up on your show. A person couldn't even type in your chat. I've never been in your chat before. Yet my people say that they don't see my words. How they don't see my words? Because I've been blocked. Hey, Liz, I went over there. You said, crank up the mic gain. Hold on a second, y'all. It's this new, the OBS is not responding to this new microphone. Let me go into the settings real quick. And then let's go into the main settings. Go into the properties, the levels. The levels are 100%. It's on studio quality. No spatial sound. Go into the recording. We're using the default device, properties, levels. Okay, we can raise the levels up. No enhancements. It's on 48 hertz. Put it on studio quality. Hit apply. Alrighty. Whoa. That's what it was. Hold on. I had to do the settings. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. All right, there we go. How we sound now, y'all? How do we sound now? Liz says, what's going on? I sent you the link. A woman that used to call herself Ace Divine now calls herself Cynthia Rose did a video today showing how white people are physically inferior to black people, showing how the black Moors gave them soap. I was under the impression that the Indians gave them soap when they came over here. That's what I read, and maybe there's a difference somewhere. Because I know the Europeans didn't wash. We do know that. That's why they wore the wigs. They had the perfume bottles. They believed that dirt protected them from the evil spirits. That's what I was taught in school. Maybe it changed. But if you're telling me that white people came out the caves and black people were civilized, and yet they let white people take them over, they let white people take their black Jesus and make a white Jesus, and have took over everything, and have enslaved them and beat them and whipped them and cut their heads off and cut their legs off and thrown them in rivers, still alive with the crocodiles, and you telling me that we are superior? How? If we superior, why we not running the country? Why we not running the world if we superior? That make us look stupid, that we superior and yet we getting dominated. How did that make you feel good? How does that make black people look good? Somebody talk to me. I'll listen. I ain't them over there. I won't block you. Come over here and have an intelligent conversation, please. I want to know. She said there's more white people on welfare than black people. 60% of the population. We back. Anybody want to explain? Nia says Black History rant. It's not a Black History rant. It's the fact I'm tired of these pro-blacks trying to pump up people's egos, trying to get them all pumped up and think that they better than what they are. The proof is in the pudding. So I need to know. And if you strike this video, you'll just prove my point. I'm correcting you. And if you can't take correction, you have no business being a host of a show. Because when you're the host, you're a leader. And if a leader can't take correction, how the followers going to take correction? You're not helping black people by doing what you're saying. Anybody from another country that watched that is going to say, wait a minute. They came out the caves and black people were already civilized, and yet you let them come out the caves not knowing nothing, and they dominate you and been dominating you for thousands of years? You must be stupid. Anybody want to come debate me? I'll listen. Liz said, can you look up percentages? The gap between the numbers of blacks and whites in prisons is shrinking. Blacks have long outnumbered whites in prisons, but a significant decline and the number of black prisoners has steadily narrowed the gap over the past decade, according to new data from the Bureau of Justice Statistics. At the end of 2017, federal and state prisons in the United States held about 475,900 inmates who were black and 336,500 who were white, a difference of 39,400. 10 years earlier, there were 592,900 black and 499,800 white, a difference of 93,100. Okay, hold on a sec. Wait a minute. We only 14% of the population. That's not good. We only 14% of the population. But there's more of us locked up. What? Let that marinate. We only 40% of the population. We only 40% of the population. I mean, we 14, barely 14%. They 60%. But we locked up. That's crazy. I want to know how I'm supposed to feel good. Nia says, excuse me, sounds like a rant to me, I'm clueless. Well, let me clue you in. There's a woman that used to call herself H. Divine. She changed her name to Cynthia Rose. I believe she used to cover Nature Boy. I never followed her. But I've heard Vic name. You know, we are sub to some of Vic channels, and I've seen the name in the titles. Right? I've seen the name in the titles. And she was roasting Vic last week because I saw the responses from Vic Damone. So even though I don't watch the shows, you know, we sub to him. And so I get the, you know, whenever it's notification, it comes across the phone. Obviously, she's made a name for herself, and I'm not knocking the lady, but she's incorrect. And somebody got to say something. Somebody had got to be the lone wolf in the wilderness. She came on today talking about how we are superior to white people, how we have better DNA, how we have melanin, how we have a real blood type, and white people blood type is 4% Neanderthal, that a real black person, an ambulance person, can get their blood, RH something, and it can go to anybody. But white people, you have to make sure that this is that and this is that. She was saying white people are still born with tails and they have to cut them off after they come out the womb. And she was trying to make it seem like black people were superior to white people, yet when I walk outside, I don't see that. She said that the Moors had to tell them to bathe and use soap because they never washed. Yet they came out the caves and enslaved the Moors, who were supposedly civilized, and been enslaving black people ever since and been on top. So if we are genetically superior, why are they dominating us? That make us look stupid. So why are you trying to brag about it? Why are you teaching this information to these young kids? Yeah, well, you know what? You might live in a nice house, and I might live in a project with rats and roaches, but guess what? I'm superior. Your kids are going to go to a great college, and my kids be lucky if they can do a couple months at community college, but guess what? My blood type's superior. What? You can go anywhere and walk anywhere, any time of the day or night, but we can't without some police come harassing us. But guess what? I got melanin and you don't. Really. That's what you want to teach young black kids. That's the information you want to put out. That's like a wife saying, you know, you beat me every night. You put me in the hospital a couple times. I had to lie and say I fell. But you know what? I'm superior than you. Even though you beat me up every night, guess what? I'm superior than you. Even though I got to use makeup and I got to hide my black eyes, guess what? I'm more superior than you. One of these days you're going to kill me, but guess what? Even dead, I'm more superior than you. That's how dumb what she said sounds. Mother Farmer said, race is the blood types, that's a new one. I'm just saying, the misinformation that comes out of the pro-black community, they are not for black people. If they were for black people, they would really talk about unity. We got videos up that tell you how you could unify and start a business. Those videos got the lowest views of any videos we done. Why? Because we ain't trying to do nothing. You go to almost any country in the world that's run by black folk, everybody living in huts. Everybody living in little teeny one-room houses. Even when we got control, we just want to dance and sing and play the drums. We just want to have a good time. Just like a lot of y'all that drink and smoke weed all day and sit around. Yeah, you know, one day we're going to get something started here, you know. Yeah, you know, I got these ideas, you know. White supremacy just holding me back, you know. I'm one of these days, y'all, we going to blow up. Watch. You watch me. One of these days, you know, we going to blow up. That's what I grew up around. People sitting around talking and not doing nothing. Why is it that I can lay out a plan? Because I grew up around adults that were talking about what they were going to do. I grew up around adults that called themselves affiliated with the Black Panthers. When I saw the Black Panthers in California, they were doing something. The Black Panthers that call themselves here, they do nothing. That's like you have a blood in California and you got a blood in New York. Everybody on the East Coast want to be blood. But the Latin Kings do more damage than they do. But not in California. Black people want to align themselves with winners. But we never are the winners. She sat there and said that they stole everything. They didn't steal anything. We sold it. The first black female millionaire made the curling iron. I bet you don't nobody black own the rights to that curling iron right now. They said it was a black man that invented the traffic light. I bet you don't no black man own the rights to the traffic lights. They said a black man did the first open heart surgery. I don't see 1 million open heart surgery black doctors in America. Hello? They said a black man did more things with the peanut than anybody else. How many black people own Jiffy? How many black people own Peter Pan peanut butter? How many? Yeah, but why didn't we get the credit for it? If we superior, why we didn't get the credit for it? If we better, why do we let them take the credit? That's my issue. When you sit there and say, I'm better than you, but you're doing better than me, I'm better than you, but you dominating me. I'm better than you, but you whipping me. Huh? How you better? There's something in you that's lacking. That you let people come out the damn cave that didn't know nothing. You let them come in and dominate you. The same way you let these foreigners get off the goddamn boat, can't even speak no English, yet they come here and do better than you, and you've been living here all your damn life, and they laugh at you. They call you lazy, stinking American. You sit here and see all the opportunity and do nothing. I'm going to send my kids to college with your money. And you can't even send your kids to college. But you want to sit there and call me a chink. You want to call me a goop. You want to call me slant eyes. My kids are going to be a selling. The only thing your kids can do is try to rob my kids. The only thing your kids can try to do is try to home invasion my kids. Because they always going to have something, and you won't always be trying to steal it. Because that's all you can do is steal. For all the stuff you create, you don't have the drive to put it through. Somebody else put it through. And then you have to come steal to survive. How you better? Now somebody tell me I'm wrong. Anybody want to come in here and debate me? 443-461-4518. Any simps when it come defend Miss Rose? Where all the simps at? Where all the simpletons? Come to the lady's aid. Because she won't come over here. Come on over here, Miss Icy. AC, whatever your name is, come on over here. You'll be treated with respect. But we're going to call you out for every dumb thing that come out your mouth. We're going to call it out. You don't get no pass. You sitting there and got all them people in that chat being racist, the one thing that you accuse white folk of doing. If it wasn't for good white folk, we'd still be in chains. They have pity on us. They don't have to. They could put us back in chains and darn thing we can do about it. We can't even get together and start a business. How are we going to fight a war? But you got people going around, there's going to be a race war. You can't even open a club out without somebody getting shot in it. You can't even have a dance without somebody getting hurt. We can't come together and do nothing. Every time black folk come together, here come the violence. Somebody always shooting. We supposed to be physically superior. We don't even take the time to learn how to shoot. Yet we all carrying guns, shooting kids by accident, shooting old people by accident. Instead of making our own cars, we out there carjacking them. We stealing everybody else's car, throwing babies, killing people for the car. When we can make our own. But we superior. What's superior about that? What is superior? Almost every black person that made it somewhere, there's a white person there somewhere in the background. Because I guarantee you, if you're trying to be a basketball star, didn't nobody believe you could do it? Ain't nobody get you no basketball and hoop to practice with. Ain't nobody get you cleats for your football. Chances are it was somebody white that did it. That saw potential in you. I'm not going to come coddle you. I'm not going to try and make you feel good about yourself. If you're doing well, I'm going to tell you you're doing well. If you're doing bad, I'm going to tell you you're doing bad. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. Right now, we doing bad. We've been doing bad for about 400 years. When we going to start doing well? All right, R.E., tell me what I said that was wrong. I'm listening. You can send her the live stream. I was in her chat. I got blocked in there. She didn't read not one of my comments, and I left many of them. She totally ignored me. Totally ignored what I was saying. So I'll listen to R.E. Tell me what I said that was wrong. Tell me what I said that wasn't correct. You saying I'm dissing her. I'm dissing what she said. I'm dissing the content that she put out. So come on, R.E., come defend her. Come simp for her. Because see, who's blocking you? I see you still typing. Don't block R.E. Tell me what I said that was wrong, R.E. Tell me what Minister Brother Derrick said that was wrong. I'm listening. Since you came to simp for her, because see, I went in her chat. And I was very, very respectful. And I still got blocked. I was very respectful. Because my people was telling me, I don't see what you're typing. If you can't see what I'm typing, what that mean? If you get timed out, you can still see what the person said, or it would say time out. I didn't say anything disrespectful. Because, R.E., you are the first one that'll say, Brother Derrick gonna go do a video. Brother Derrick went in the chat. And Brother Derrick was respectful. My issue is not with H Divine. It is what she said. The content that she showed. So separate the content from the content creator. She's trying to juice these people up and make them think that they better than white people when white people been whooping our ass for goddamn 2,000 years. Now you come explain to me how that makes sense. We will listen. Come on. Yeah, I'm a minister, but I'm a black man too. And I was highly offended by what she did as a black man. Highly offended. This is why we don't get nowhere. How you gonna feel good saying that somebody who you tried to say is related to monkeys been whooping our ass for 2,000 years? Make that make sense. How that make you feel good, R.E.? Female facts. How that make you feel good? How does it make you feel good, female facts? How does that make you feel good? How does it make you feel good to know that people that don't have your melanin, people who don't have your blood type, as she said, people that's related to apes and monkeys, people that didn't even wash, people that was living in caves, came and been whooping your ass for 4,000 years, and you still sitting here grinning. You tell me how that makes sense. How that make you feel better. How that make black people feel good. How do we look to the rest of the world? Explain that, dear. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. And the answer to your question, white people are doing better than black people. That answers your question. Are they not doing better? Are their kids not getting a better education? Do they not have more money? Can they go where they want to go with no restrictions? You know good and well, if black people were trying to break into that daggone Capitol, they would have shot every one of them, and you know it. There wouldn't have been no, please get back. Stop. They'd have been sitting there, pam. They'd have been swinging the billy club like it was going out of style. Come on, get your swing on. And you want to sit there and say, but I'm still better than you. I'm driving this old raggedy Pinto with bald tires on it, but I'm, you in the limousine, but guess what? I'm still better than you. Yeah, I'm in here hanging on to this daggone scholarship at the community college, and you going to Yale or you going to Harvard, but guess what? Look at my skin. I'm better than you. Yeah, you own your own business. And I gotta work for these daggone Koreans that don't care about me. But you know what? Guess what? My blood type better than yours. I'm better. Really? That's how stupid that sound. That's how stupid they sound. Well, come on, R.E. You haven't explained anything. Talk to me. Oh, what's the difference? You don't believe that if white people wanted to bring slavery back, they could do it? Who would stop them? I'll listen. Who would stop them? If they wanted to put us back in chains, who would stop them? I'm listening. Because with all our superior DNA, guess what? We be right there in them damn chains. Yeah, nobody knows. No picking a cotton, nobody knows what I go through. Oh, swing low, sweet chariot. We singing that in 2025. Ain't nothing nobody can do about it. Ain't nothing nobody can do about it. So some of us will fight to the death, but the ones that survive, what they gonna be doing? Oh, every day I'm working on the plantation, yeah. But come on, R.E., come on, female facts. I'm listening. You telling me that physically we are dominant to white people, but in real life, they've been dominating us for 4,000 years. You want to sit there and say, we did a great thing and built the pyramids. No, slaves of the Egyptians built the pyramids. Some pyramids were built off of slave labor, but they tell you, look at the Great Pyramid, look at what black people did back then. Slaves built them daggone pyramids. Why am I going to worry about what they did? They were enslaved back then. Some of you are still enslaved now. Instead of having the shackles around your ankles, you got them in front of you or behind your back while you're in the police car. Instead of having the daggone chains, you got them around your neck as you buy all the golden jewelry trying to look all hippie. You still got the chain on you. It's just not tight like it used to be. They used to put it on you so that it would cut into your skin. Now you just put it on, get your little bracelets on, and you look all good. Somebody tell the truth. I'm telling the truth. And you still ain't said nothing. You haven't said nothing to debunk what I said. Say one thing to debunk what I said. I'll listen. I'll shut up. I'll listen. I agree with you. It was anybody that could enslave. But most of the diagrams, who they show doing the work. But I'm listening. Why we allow them to trick us out of everything? Why we allow them to take away our picture of a black Jesus with nappy hair and put that daggone drug addict in his place? So don't tell me nothing about a black Moor. I don't want to hear nothing about a black Moor. But you got people going around, I'm a Moor. We talking about the content, not the person. We talking about the content. Can't you separate them, R.E.? Can't you separate the content that she put out from the person? Why you can't separate the content from the person? This is a correction. The young lady was wrong. I don't have a problem with Eighth Divine. I don't know her. But I know that what she had on her show today was foul and that it needs to be corrected. The content was foul. You can't separate the content from the content creator. You can't separate the content from the content creator. That what you're saying? NNC said, BD, there's plenty of African Americans that have great educations, great jobs, and are financially set. We've all had the same chances. It's up to each as to what you've done with it. I'm no doctor is. But here's my point. Why is she trying to get people to go around thinking that they better when they not doing better? You got people that still gonna have to walk outside and dodge the drug addicts, turn away the prostitutes, try to get past the muggers. Their life not gonna change. And you telling them that they physically, by DNA, are superior to white people, it doesn't change their life. It doesn't make their life any better. Does it make you feel good for a second? Does it make you feel good for a second? But then you open that door up and you have to go out there and see what you got to deal with out there? But it makes you feel good for a second? What about the rest of the day? It's 24 hours in a day. Somebody telling you that you feel better. You saying material things. How did you let somebody come out the cave and put you in slavery? There was a picture, and I got a video up somewhere, where young Pharaoh had did a video on the Moors, and I took one of them pictures. And in one of them pictures, there was a Moorish officer. He was standing there on the plank, on the dock, to the slave ship, and he had female slaves that were being put on the ship, and that was a Moor. So not only did they come out the damn woods, out the daggone mountains, they actually got the Moors to enslave their own people. Why should I feel good about that? How do I feel good about that? How did that make us look good? But you got people going around, got the little red cap on, talking about their Moors. Somebody talk to me, I listen, I ask the questions. I don't see nobody answering them. Why do you think it's appropriate to sit there and tell people who need to be trying to get together and get their act together, you don't have to, because guess what? You're superior to them. You know, you got better genes. You got better blood, you know. You don't have to do anything. You already superior. Just stay at the bottom. Just tell yourself, hey, I'm superior. Just tell yourself, I'm superior. I ain't got to excel. I ain't got to come together and start businesses. I ain't got to go to college and get an education. I'm good as I am because I'm better. That ain't no different than them hicks in the hills that's hiding back there, trying to plot how to overthrow the government, telling themselves they better. But guess what? They back there in the hills. And you buried in the inner city. What's the difference? Ain't either one of you going to get nowhere. What's the difference? But you'll keep telling yourself, well, at least I'm not black. And you're telling yourself, well, at least I'm not a white ape. But you don't get nowhere. You're still in the same state. When I see you 5 years from now, we're going to be in the same state. 10 years from now, we'll be in the same state. 30 years from now, we'll be in the same state. Them hicks will still be in the hills, and you'll still be in the inner city. Your kids fighting over one damn computer, trying to learn something, any little bit of morsel that they can get out of them poorly underfunded schools. that you don't even go inspect? How you got relatives in jail and you don't even go check out the jail that's holding your relative, but you don't care about them? You don't care about them till they get out. Hey, come on, I got some work for you to do. You can come work these corners. That's when you care about them. They locked up. You'll care less. They living in with the rats, eating them up while they sleep. They're going foot of water, all kinds of bacteria and stuff swimming around. You don't care. Because if you cared, you'd be down there. Clean this place up. But you don't. You just say, hey, hey, your problem. But you want to tell somebody that you're superior. Mother Farmer says all the dictators in Africa buy guns and go take over their neighbor country. Hey, we do that here. I'm going to take your block. I want your corner. But won't nobody never own a corner. Won't nobody ever own a block. The same way those dictators won't go take over another country. They get their butt handed to them. They don't know how to unite like that. They will get the butt kicked. Couldn't no black country go take over North Korea? North Korea would kick their butt. Send them scurrying back. Tell the truth. Couldn't not one African country take over any Asian country? Wouldn't happen. It is, he said, I got your hick in the heels, BD. I was using that as an example. See, I'm not going to come here and be fake. I tell the truth. And the truth is, her video reminded. It should be a reminder to black people how much work we got to do. How long are we going to depend on the mercy of white people? When we going to start doing for ourselves? It's through your mercy. With all the things that we're doing right now, with all the carjackings and the killings and all of that, if y'all were to say, hey, we bringing slavery back, wouldn't nobody in the world blame you? They wouldn't like it, but they would understand. And tell me I'm wrong. Every foreigner I ever talked to was scared. Like, you twice my size. What are you scared of me for? Are you black people crazy? I see you with the movies. I see the news. Y'all crazy. I don't want nothing to do with you. Tell them to send me somebody white. Like, damn. I was a short, fat nerd with glasses. Are you scared of me? I'm thinking to myself, I hope this ain't one of these crazy foreigners that's going to pull out a machete or something when it's time to pay. He's too scared to get in the car with me. To be honest with you, one day my landlord came over and I had my gun on the bed. I was on the other side of the room. The gun was on the other side of the room. He came in there. Huh? You got a gun? I said, yeah. You know where I live at. Oh. Is it loaded? I'm at the gun way over there, man. Gun's on the other side of the room. What are you shaking for? You've known me for 2 years. You ever see me do anything violent? Oh, no, but you got a gun over there. So I'm not supposed to defend myself. Oh, I thought you black people knew how to fight. You know how racist that sounded? Man said, black people don't need a gun. They know how to fight. Tell the truth. We got the army of Victor Moan in the house. We got Roy Rodriguez in here too. All right, but then Victor Moan, let me ask you. You a friend of hers, or was? Did she make black people look stupid? if you sit there and say that black people were superior physically, that they were civilized, and the white people wasn't, that we let them come out the caves, take what we got, take our black Jesus and make them white, put us in slavery, beat us up, all through Jim Crow. We superior, but we let them do this. Does that make us look stupid? I'm just asking the question. Does that make black people look stupid? I'm being honest. You can moan and groan all you want, but does that make us look stupid? How does that make you feel good? To know even back then, we was on the bottom. That we was on top. And we let them come out the damn caves and put us on the bottom. And we've never gotten up. In 4,000 years, we've never gotten up. Not once. Not once have we gotten up. But you're supposed to feel good. With that lack of melanin, they've been kicking our butt. With them being born with tails, they've been kicking our butt. They've been beating us with their tail. We taught them how to bathe. And they've been beating us up all this time. How does that make you feel good? How can you brag? Why are you sitting there laughing? I dare anybody right to call in here. Why would they want to call in? They kicking your butt. Why they care what you think? Victor Moan says, in my opinion, AC is stupid as a whole. Good luck with that one. No, Victor Moan, I went over there in the chat. I didn't go in there to be disrespectful. I went in there. I called the little sis, sweetie, cutie. I went in there nice. They blocked me. I just asked her to stop. You're making us look bad. And you know what make us look bad, Vic? That's like if Mexicans was celebrating the Alamo. You got your butt kicked. What are you celebrating it for? You lost Texas. What are you celebrating? You got your butt kicked. What are you celebrating? Dumb stuff that people do. Nia said, I see no point in name calling. Well, did you watch the video? Because she called them apes. She said the blood wasn't no good. She said that if a black woman has a baby with a white man, the black woman has to give shots because the baby will get messed up because of the weak blood type of white people. She said the white people are born with tails. She said the white people got 4% ape in their genes, 4% Neanderthal. That's not name calling. I'm just asking. It is, he said, I got to catch y'all here. These I got to go turn on my hog on that fire on this side of here mountain. And oh yeah, check my long tail. Nia says, if you don't agree with it or like her, simply tune out. And Nia, you are correct. But if she was the only person to ever say that, Yes. But there is a whole sector called pro-blacks that teach this kind of nonsense to try to make you feel good about people that do worse than you doing right now. At least the blacks that were brought over here for slavery, we didn't know the land, we didn't know nothing. But you let people, where you had a civilization, you let people come out the caves and beat you up. And you want me to feel proud about them. What? See, it's a different ball game. When somebody take you out your homeland and bring you someplace else and you don't know where you came from, how to get back there, you don't know anything, that's one thing. But when you are the dominant one and you let people come out the daggone mountains and beat you up and cheat you out of everything and get rid of your God and make you worship somebody who you know ain't real, and you sit there and do it, and then you want to tell me I should look back and be proud about them. Why? I'm embarrassed by them. There's an embarrassment. The Moors ain't nothing. I challenge somebody to come debate me on that, because we can go look it up. You tell me how you had civilized people in control and you let people come out the daggone mountains and take over everything and even make you worship a God you know ain't real. Why the hell would I be proud? Why should we? yeah, you know what? Really? That's offensive. Tell me it's not offensive. If you're not offended by that, I'm worried about some of y'all. I will be offended. And she's sitting there asking white people to come talk to her. If I'm beating you up, why am I going to talk to you for? I would lower myself to come down and talk to you. You come up and see me. Well, I got to come down and see you. If I'm a white YouTuber and I got 5 million subscribers and you got 2,000-3,000, why the hell I want to come down and talk to you? Why I want to lower myself to come down and talk to you? What can you do for me? I got millions of subscribers. What can you do for me? Nothing. You can't do nothing for me. Why would I want to come down and talk to you? If I'm a politician and you living in the ghetto, why I want to come down and talk to you? What can you do for me down there in the ghetto? Nothing but probably get me killed on the way down there. Bring yourself up. Stop asking people to come down to your level. Bring yourself up. That's what we should be teaching our kids. Bring yourself up. Stop standing at the bottom and telling everybody, I got swag, I'm cool, I'm this. You need to come down here and see me. You ain't got nothing nobody want. What they want to come see you for? What you going to do? You going to sing for them? You going to rap for them? You going to dance for them? What they want to come see you for? You got people there and work their way up out of that. Why they want to come back down there to see you? I didn't say God wasn't real. What I'm saying is that there was paintings of a black Jesus with woolly hair, nappy hair. But they came down there and what was that guy named Augustine? They had a painting. And that's the picture that they made of Jesus, after they took everything over. And there are black people that have that man on their wall right now. There are black people that have that man on their wall right now. When you watch the 10 Commandments and you see that man with blue eyes, how could a white man be Moses? I'm just being honest with you. If the Egyptians were olive colored, how could a white man with blue eyes be brought in and be next to the throne? if the Pharaoh didn't have a son, Moses would have been Pharaoh. So you gonna tell me that we can go, we ain't got to go that far back. Let's just go to the plantation. You gonna tell me that the master daughter could bring in a black baby and say, here, father, here's your grandson. And he could run the plantation. It wouldn't happen. So it wouldn't happen then? Why it's going to happen back then? Somebody talk to me. I'll listen. Somebody talk to me. But they beat you until you believed it. They beat it into you. Generation after generation are showing you the same pictures. The people that knew died off. And the young folk, that's what they knew. That's what they knew. The same way you got a young folk. I was talking to a boy a couple years ago. And I was like, he told me, he said, I couldn't do your job. You work in security. Well, at least you working for a black man, but you risk your life every day. I said, what are you going to do? He said, well, see that corner right there? I'm going to own it one day. I said, you actually going to buy the deed and you going to buy all the businesses on the block? He said, what the hell you laughing about that? I'm not buying nothing. But I'm going to own that corner. Everybody going to know that's my corner. And we're going to sell the best drugs and we're going to make the money and we're going to keep the cops at bay. I said, that's your dream. So you don't want to own the businesses on the corner. You just want to say you own it and sell drugs there. That's your life plan. He said, yup. Yup. And I'm going to be big. You know where he is now? Penitentiary. Maryland State Penitentiary. Doing about 20 to 30. Yeah. So you got young people, their dream is to run a corner. In the current day, your dream is to run a corner. Your dream to be an NBA star or a football star, but your dream ain't to be an owner of that team. It's to play on that team. Your dream is to be a comedian, but it's not your dream to own the companies that hire the comedians. It's your dream to be an actor, but it's never your dream to own the studio they act in. It's your dream to be in plays, but it's never your dream to own the theater that the plays are showed in. This is my point. This is what people should be talking about in 2021, not trying to sit here and say that you physically superior to somebody that had their foot on your neck for 4,000 years. It doesn't make sense. And you can talk to me all day. You can't make it make sense. Now, Nia says I'm all over the place. How I'm all over the place? I'm on the same topic. NSC says, I know BD, y'all trying to lighten the mood in here, to each his own in their own religious beliefs. No, NSC, this is a controversial topic. And it's a really dangerous one to use on YouTube. Because somebody going to get in their feelings and going to flag us. I already know somebody's probably trying to flag us down in their feelings. Because they can't debate what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the truth. And I'm not sugarcoating it. I'm not. People need to learn to want better. A lot of people make fun of me because I keep trying to make the show better. And things go wrong when you try to make things better. But the thing is, do you quit or do you keep trying to do it? When they see you trying to do something, look at them. There you go, back in again. Trying to get something done. Look at everything. All the sound not working on. Look, the picture's not working on. See, they can put you down, but when they see you trying to do something, they don't say, "Well, let me help. Let me go over there and try to show him what he's doing wrong." Nope, they just make fun of you, and that's the problem. While black people make fun of you, white people make the corrections. That's the difference. They see a problem. Let's go fix it. A lot of people like horror films. I think horror films are stupid. You know why? Because black people always die in the first 5 minutes. That's the biggest hoax in the world. When black folks see somebody laid out, they keep going. They don't go in there. White folks do. Let me see what's going on here. What's going on here? Black folks don't do that. But they got us in there going, "Ooh, what's going on?" We don't do that. We see somebody lying in the street, we keep right on going like we didn't see them. It's the white people. Anybody call 911? Anybody know CPR? How can we help them? Black folk keep right on going. Don't want to be bothered. I just found it funny. But we die in the first 5 minutes. We be the first one to see you. We be gone. Jason wouldn't catch us. There ain't no black Halloween. Our Halloween come at the hands of each other. But yet, we die in the first 5 minutes of the movie. I'm sitting there like, what? I remember as a child, we saw somebody get shot in the street. I'm trying to go help him. I'm a little child. My parents, no, don't go over here. Come on, let's get the man. Call the ambulance or something. Hey, we going home. Come on, and yank me along. We don't help each other. We'll step on each other in a second. We'll sell each other out in a second. Why ain't they doing shows on that? How come when we do shows, NSC says, "I don't see the point on still harping on slavery when it no longer exists. None of us lived back then. Everyone can do what they choose to do, not wait for what's given to them, and that's for all races." Well, NSC, you are correct, but why are people still baiting? You know, we had the same problem with the religion. It's no difference. You got preachers that tell people what they want to hear, not what they need to hear. I'm the kryptonite to that. I'm the opposition. I come tell you what you need to hear, what you should be thinking about, what you should be worrying about. I'm the opposition to that. I'm the gatekeeper to this sector. People don't want to hear what I'm doing, but they need to hear it. But they don't need somebody to tell them, "You don't have to succeed because you are physically superior." You don't have to excel. Guess what? You got better DNA. You don't have to excel because you are the mother of all. You don't have to achieve. Just the fact that your blood type is universal. You ain't got to do nothing. You just be you. That's what that says. But that thinking keeps you at the bottom while everybody else is doing something. And when the few try to go join them, they get yanked back. or they get ostracized. Look at you. You want to be white. I see you going to school every day. Look at you. He ain't missed not one class. He ain't black. He get all A's. You know he got some white in him. Look at how he talk on the phone. Look how correct his English is. You're not black. You are ostracized for trying to achieve. How do we stop this in the community? This is what we should be talking about, making a change. But everybody don't want to do nothing. They want to keep it the same way. They just want to sit around and complain about this doggone white supremacy. It won't let me do nothing. You know, I would be something if it wasn't for white supremacy. Well, what have you tried to do? Well, you know, I ain't tried to do nothing, but I don't try because I know they're going to stop me. So I'm not going to try. We'll just sit around and complain all our lives and stay at the bottom. We'll just blame white people. Yes. Let's blame the Koreans. They come in our neighborhoods and make money off of us and we don't do nothing about it. Let's blame the daggone Chinese people. They come sell us that daggone Chinese food with that fake shrimp in it and we buy it. It's their fault that we are failing in society. It's their fault that we're at the bottom. They can get off the boat and come over here and do better than us. It's their fault. It's everybody else's fault but our own. Because, see, we got better genetics. We got more melanin than anybody else. We got the nappy hair. That means we can survive. We can survive in Alaska. We can survive in the deserts. We the most universal people in the world. We strong. Well, what have you accomplished? Nothing. What are you doing? Nothing. What are you creating? Nothing. Well, you don't look that strong to me. Everybody else is running circles around you. If we replay the video, they're gonna flag us near. But y'all can go look at the video. Her name is Cynthia Rose. If I play the video, they're gonna flag the channel down. You know it and I know it. And I haven't said anything wrong about the co-host other than the topic she did. I haven't said not one bad thing about Miss Rose. I haven't insulted her. I haven't called her no names. Haven't talked about how she looked. All I talked about is the content that she put out. I'm making a correction video. This is a correction. When you see somebody doing something foul, you should correct them. Are you your brother's keeper? Yes, you are. If somebody see me doing something foul, they should come correct me. I won't get mad at you. I'm going to flag you down. Vic going to come over here and tell me I'm wrong. I'm going to flag him down. Oh! No, if I'm wrong, and you can come over here and provide clear, concise evidence that I'm wrong, I will say you're right. That's what somebody with logic would say. If you can come prove me logically wrong, I would shut up. Real Neptunes fans, stay on topic. Stay on topic. But I'll ask you, Neptunes fan, does it not make you feel bad as a black man to know, if you're black, I don't know who you are, that you let people who didn't know nothing, like we didn't know nothing when they brought us over here on the ships. We didn't know where we was. They came out the daggone caves and took over civilized black people and enslaved them. Changed the color of their God to their color. Took everything they had and put them in slavery. And been doing it for almost 4,000 years. Does it make you feel good to know that physically they inferior, but they still kicked our butt? That make you feel good as a black man? Or black woman, wherever you are, Neptune's fan? Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel good? That will make me want to get up and say, we got to do better. Let's unite. Let's get our act right. Come on, y'all. Let's get it together. That's what make me do. It won't make me say, yeah, you know what? God darn it. I don't know what I'm going to eat tomorrow, but guess what? I got melanin and they don't. I ain't got no job to go to in the morning and the rent due next week, but guess what? My blood better than theirs. God darn it. They can't survive in the sunlight. We can stand in the sun all day, never get sunburned. We are superior. But I can't walk down the street without getting mugged. How that make you feel better? How does that make you feel better? That's my point. It make us look dumb. You let people come out the damn caves and take everything you got and enslave you. How that make you feel good? How can you sit back and say, you know what? I'm proud to be related to the Moors. I really am. Yes. They were the greatest people on earth. How did that make you feel good? How would that make your kids feel good? How would that make your kids feel good? For you to tell them that and then them to walk outside and see reality. Because while they talking to you on YouTube, while you sitting at their lectures, they telling you how good we are. And then we go outside and we got to be scared of each other. You got to hope you can make it home alive. Because somebody that look like you might kill you for your car, might kill you for your credit card, might kill you for the chain around your neck. How does that make them feel good? I don't understand it. But if somebody want to explain, the phone number is 443-461-4518. You will not be cut off. You will not be blocked. This is a serious issue. All right, I didn't see the video. I'm live, but you know what, NNC? And in reality, it's white guilt. But how long are white people gonna feel guilty as we keep terrorizing the country? As we keep breaking into your houses? How long are y'all gonna feel guilty? What happens when y'all start fighting back? What's gonna happen to the black people? What's gonna happen to us when y'all get mad and get fed up and start fighting back? When y'all don't feel guilty no more? When y'all don't feel sorry no more? Who gonna help us then? It won't be the pro-black, because they're gonna be hiding somewhere. When y'all get fed up, who gonna deal with the wrath? It's gonna be the black people that are trying to do something. We the one that's gonna feel the brunt. Because the ones that ain't doing nothing, they ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing for you to take. They ain't trying to build nothing. It's going to be the people that are trying to do something that's going to get hurt. The same way when you see black people out there rioting and they trying to tear down your businesses. What's going to happen in the reverse? Remember Oklahoma? The few black people that got businesses, those are the ones that's going to get burnt down. It ain't going to be the people that ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing. This is why this is the opportunity for us to get our act together. But instead, we seem to be taking advantage of white guilt. We seem to be taking advantage of it and trying to ride it. How long y'all gonna feel guilty? Look, man, I'm tired of it now. I can't even go outside without worrying about one of these people carjacking me. We're gonna have to do something. I can't even go to the ATM without a gun in the back of my head. We gotta do something. That I don't feel sorry no more. Time to crack that whip. What's going to happen then? Because the day going to come. You know, the day is going to come. And we already seeing it. with the Trump people. They getting tired. It's going to be a very sad day when even the nicest person start to say, hey, do what you got to do. I'm sick of them. There ain't no hope. Nia says, NSC said, excuse you, I don't feel guilty towards nobody who was helping me. What the hell, BD? But see, NSC, the majority of black people don't understand that not all white people are rich. They think that you all are rich. They think that you all drink caviar every day. They think that you all are out on the Riviera, that you gambling, throwing thousands of money on the table in Las Vegas and Atlantic City. They think that you all got big houses, that you all are rich. They don't realize it's only 1% of people in this country that are rich. The majority of people are hardworking. But they don't see that. They think you all are rich. And that's why they sit around and complain. They think you all rich. There are white people that live in trailer parks. There are white people that are on food stamps. There are white people that's in them lines. Y'all ain't see the lines we showed? Cars going for daggone miles waiting to get something from the food bank. But they being told since they were born to hate you because you got it all. And it's not that way. Some of y'all struggle too. But they think you all are doing well. Even the Republicans, they think everybody doing well because they doing well. You don't need no help. Get back to work. Send your kids to school. Most inner city black people believe that white people are rich. And it's a shock to some people when they actually come into contact with white people and they like, hey, you working just like I am. What's the matter? They think something wrong with you. When I was in school, my social study teacher told me, if you see a white person that's poor, it's something wrong with them. If you see a homeless white person, they're a drug addict that got thrown out by their family. Never once occurred to them that it could be mental issues from the war. Never occurred to them. Because, believe it or not, as much as this woman tried to show how inferior white people are, black people have been taught from slavery that white people are superior. And she's thinking that she's doing something by trying to show that genetically you're not superior. But when you go out into the world, it slaps you in the face who's superior. And that's my point. It doesn't do any good to do those kind of videos. because you're given a false sense of ego or pride. So you go around with your chest all puffed out. Yeah, look at him. Yeah, hey, you ape. Hey, you. But guess what? You in the same boat you was in before you heard that show. Except now, somebody might have helped you get a job, but you ain't ticked them off. Somebody might have helped get you that loan. But they remembered, hey, you told them their DNA was messed up. They ain't gonna help you do nothing. What good does that kind of show do? What good does it do? It doesn't do anything good. That's my point. You can get mad at me all you want, but nobody has told me what good does that do. It's negative. Somebody could sit here and say, well, you know, they shouldn't be selling drugs on the corner. But if you don't go out there and stop them, they're going to keep selling them. So what good is you saying they shouldn't do it if you're not going to go out there and stop them? What good is saying it? You're selling poison to our people. We need to go take you out. Well, come on. No, I'm not coming out there. But God darn it, you need to stop. Well, what good is that? They still going to keep doing what they're doing, and you ain't going to do nothing about it. But you go around, you know, I told them they should stop. You know, they don't listen to me. And I'm, what good is that doing? Who does that help? How does sitting around complaining or trying to make yourself feel better with no action behind it? It's no different than somebody saying, I love Jesus, yes, yes I do. Oh, I love Jesus, yes, yes I do. And then go out there and rob a bank. Go out there and molest some kids. Go out there and strong arm rob people coming from work. Go take people's cars and shoot them. But when you see them, I love Jesus, hey, yes I do. Your mouth say you love him. Your actions say that you a child of the devil. So sitting there saying, hey, I'm superior to you, but I'm not going to prove it. I'm just going to sit here at the bottom. But guess what? Hey, I'm superior to you physically. Look at it. God darn it. I can live anywhere. I can live in Alaska. I can live in the desert. I can live in Africa. I can live in Asia. Weather don't affect me. I don't need no sunblock. So when the last time you been to Asia? Never been. Last time you been to Alaska? Never been. Last time you been to Africa? Never been. Well, last time you been to Russia? Never been. So what good is you being able to survive in all those countries? You ain't going to nowhere one. You ain't doing nothing. So what are you bragging about? It's redundant. It's silly. But you're going around, yeah. It ain't accomplishing nothing. It's keeping you in the same hole that you've been in. You know? Nia says, you do know people don't believe in God. They can't stop you from teaching the Bible. But if they have good proof that there is no God, I will let them come over here and debate me. I won't shut them down. I'll listen to them. And if they have good points, I'll say, hey, some of them points make good. And then I'll say, but check this out and check that out. I won't go flag them. They don't believe in God, flag them. Damn demons, heathens. God darn it. I'll listen to you. And then I'll cut you down. But I'll listen to you. See, that's the difference. There are some people that, as soon as you say, I don't believe in God, get out my face. I don't want to hear it. No, I'll listen to you. I'll let you throw your best argument out. But for you to sit there and try to get people all gassed up, try to get them feeling good about themselves by telling them that, yes, back then our people were superior. And then we let somebody come out the mountain and beat us up. Why are you proud of that? That means we less than them. With all the genetic advantages, we got beat up. How that make you feel good? How you gonna look in their faces? Hey! That's all I'm saying. How does that make you feel good? It's embarrassing. I could have done better in my life. I don't know how much time I got left on this earth. But I come here every day I can, and I dedicate what's left of my life to warning y'all, to get to know Jesus, to get to know God, to love one another, to put your businesses, create businesses so that your children have jobs and don't have to beg somebody who don't look like them for work so that they can survive. I come here every day. I show you the news so you know where not to go and what time not to go there. I come every day. I'm here whether you donate or you don't donate. I'm here whether you come or you don't come. One person speaking out in the wilderness of these YouTube streets. But you can't look past how I look. You can't look past. Well, I got a better place. You can't talk about that no more. The only thing somebody can say is that he's broke. But they can't say nothing about the content that we do. And YouTube is about content. Now, one person has said anything about the content that we do. You got people calling me fake preacher. Not one minister has dared to come over here and say anything. Not one. Let that marinate. As much as everybody jump on everybody, ain't nobody never came over here and attacked what I said. They can attack me, how I look, what I have. They never attack anything that comes out my mouth. So instead, they just don't come. And that's fine with me. NNC said one night about timing out praying hands. I don't know. That's a good question, NNC. Let me see if I can, let's go find out. Where's Nightbite on this long list? Man, we got a long list here. Hold on, let me find Nightbite. Where are you, Nightbite? Where are you, buddy? Here it is. Let's go find out. Log in with YouTube. Minister Brother Derrick. Oh Lord, here we go. Yes. Tap 95. Okay. I got the volume low. I'm waiting for the UPS man to bring us our chair and our 200-watt light bulb. So I might spend all night putting it together. Okay, I'm here. Anybody know where to go look? Would it be under commands? Would it be under spam protection? Let me see. SX caps. That's disabled. Words, phrases, and patterns. That's enabled. Links. This filter allows you to time out and whitelist links. You can disable that. Actually, you can disable that too. All right, people who keep saying the same thing over and over again, yeah, we can leave that. Okay. All right, let me see. Everything else is disabled. So how do you hit save? Where's save at? How you save this? I guess you just back out. Okay. All right. Try it now, NSC. Now see, that's the one thing. If I'm wrong, I don't have no problem saying, okay, let's go fix it. If I'm not doing something right, I got no issue saying, hey, thanks for the correction. Instead of, you don't learn, you don't grow. We learn from each other. Instead of getting the attitude when somebody tells you something, investigate what it is first, then say something. We just jump. NSC said, yes, it should be spam protection. See, if you had never said anything, I would have never known. But you'd have been in some of these other YouTubers chat. Yeah, you're telling me for. Yeah, you be like, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why we can't start learning from each other. When I was in middle school, my two best friends, they were white. And y'all can Google this. The school was on, I think it's 801 or 901 North Bend Road. It used to be called Rock Glen. I think it's called West Baltimore Middle School now. When you get to the end of that hill, you got Frederick Avenue. You walk a couple blocks, you in the county. So it's right there at the county line. And what that means is, this way, going all the way down to the Inner Harbor, it's about 78% black to white with some Mexicans mixed in. This way, it's about 80% white going into the county. So you got a school that's a block and a half from the county line. So that means that both white people and black people go to the school. Now, this is what I learned as a young man. I'm talking about middle school. It was only out of the probably 400 or 500 students in that school, it was only about 80 white people. And most of y'all would say, well, why? Because to be honest with you, it's more white people in that area than it is black. But why was there only 80 white people there out of the 500 and something? The white people that could afford to send their children to private school or could bus them further into the county to a county school, the parents that had the money did it. That's when I learned from talking to them that all white people are not rich. But growing up, I was told all y'all was rich. That's all I heard my uncles complain about, the old men in the neighborhood. If I had the money that white people had, if I had the chance that white people had, and then I met white people and I'm sitting there like, ain't y'all rich? They're like, no, we not rich. Everybody say y'all rich. No, we not rich. Some people are rich, not us. And I realized nobody is any better than anybody else. But the relationships, the relationships that we make are so important. It's the relationships that we make. When I got back to my neighborhood, I caught flack every day. We had to ride the bus, the MTA bus. I actually had somebody, I was sitting at a window seat, just sitting there minding my business. I look over, there's a young man pointing a gun at my head. I see you with them crackers out to blow your head away. I'm like, they cool. No, they not. They white. You with the enemy. I should blow your head off. And the bus pulled off, and I was so glad that bus pulled off. I ain't gonna lie to you. I learned real quick. Race doesn't count. It's what's in somebody's mind and heart that count. Just because somebody the same color as you don't mean they wouldn't sell you down the road in a minute. Wouldn't mean they wouldn't blow your head off. That person that put my gun in his head, somebody killed him 20 years ago. And when I read the article, I just shook my head and kept right on moving. Because see, I could have went home and said something about it. And maybe one of my uncles would have went and did something. I could have went and told my aunts. Maybe they would have went and did something. I didn't have to. I let God handle it. And he got took out. And I had nothing to do with it. But that dude was going to blow my head off because I was friendly. What he considered was the enemy. Because the one thing that I did notice growing up, now these new young kids, I wouldn't say about, but growing up, as much as people talked about how bad white people was, wouldn't nobody mess with them. Let that marinate. Why did he put the gun, if he hated the white people, why did he come put the gun to my head? Because he knew if he had done something to one of them white kids, something bad was going to happen to him and his family. And he knew it. But if he'd have shot me, it'd have been on the news, and there you go. Just let that marinate. I don't have to sit here and make stories up. I've lived 50 years on this earth. Some of y'all got stories too, and you won't admit it. Judge a person by the character that they show you, not what they tell you, the character. The mouth will say anything. The body won't lie. The mouth will say anything. The body won't lie. When we start holding people accountable, because I've been in some of these chats and I heard somebody say, hey, that's not what you said yesterday. And the person don't pay them no mind and they don't call them on it. Okay. Hold on a second. Is it this one or is it that one? It's too high. Sorry, y'all. This new headset. I got the volume down on it, so I hope that y'all hear me good because I'm listening for the bell. I'm waiting for the UPS. I'm waiting to hear that ding dong. That's why I hadn't planned on coming on here. It was not planned. I wanted to put the chair together and had a new light bulb. Let me see. See what's going on here. Now, they was here at 11:58 yesterday. Track package. All right. Now they say delivery attempted at 11:58 on Wednesday, and I'm sitting right here putting my backpack on. It was getting ready to go out the door. By the time I got the message, the man was gone. I ran down the steps. The man was gone. There wasn't no chance. Now it's been out for delivery since 3:41 this morning. So I'm waiting to hear that bell ring so we can get our chair. Isn't it pretty? Anyway. So while I'm here, what else are you waiting on? I'm going the wrong way. Wait a minute. How come my this detergent ain't here? The detergent that I ordered yesterday, why it ain't showing up? Where's the detergent that I ordered? Oh, there it is. Yeah, y'all. If y'all want to get a good deal on Amazon, this is a good deal. If you spend $35, you get free shipping. But look, for $10.99, you get 150 ounces of Tide Oxy. 150 ounces for $10.99. Now, if you order fresh, if you don't spend $35, you have to spend $5 for the shipping. But so that's what is that? 11. So that's $16. Look at that big bottle, 150 ounces. Now they have another deal. We was gonna get this, but we went with that instead. Look at this deal. Look at this. They want $12 for a two pack of 40 ounce. 40 and 40 is 80. They want $12 for 80 ounces. But we got for $10.99, even though we paid the $5 shipping, we got 150. You realize that that's almost 4 bottles for just the $5 shipping. That's almost 2 extra bottles. Cause 4 times 4 is 16. So that's 160. That's almost 4 bottles for the price of 1. So you can't beat that. Well, 4 bottles for the price of 2. That's a darn good deal. I'm gonna be washing for a long time. But I realized that with the mini washer, I like the Tide Pods. But the problem is the Tide Pods are designed for big washers. And I have a 16 and a half pound washer. And so what was happening is I was rinsing them and then putting them in the spinner. I would wear the clothes, and then when I would go put them in, after you fill the water up, you put the clothes in, the water would still get sudsy. It's too much detergent in those pods. And even though I got the shower head, right, and I'm letting it fill up, right, I let it run again, then I drain it, right, again, and then I let the shower head run, and I leave the drain open for like 10 minutes. It still suds in the clothes. So those pods are too much. So I need to do what the lady did in the video, and Chung Lee was telling me. I need to get a little shot glass. And you put the shot glass worth, a detergent, and then you put it in there. So I don't need that pod. That pod is too big. That pod is for regular size machines. Machines like this. And I'm putting it in a machine like this. So not this, but this. And so it's too much suds. So it's a waste of money. It's something that they call Amazon Fresh. So it's not Prime. If it was Prime, you wouldn't have to pay for shipping. But they're gonna bring it to your doorstep. And like I said, for $10.99, 150 ounces, when they trying to get you to pay, $11.99 for 80 ounces. 80 and 80 is $160. So if you just paid the $5 shipping, y'all understand, if you pay the $5 shipping, you getting almost double what you would get. Instead of getting 80 ounces, you're getting 150. You're only paying $5. But if you got 4 bottles of the stuff, then you would spend $24 plus tax. So, 10 ounces, but you be paying double just to have 10 ounces, You be paying like $9 more. You can put that $9 on something else. It's only 10 ounces. 10 ounce difference. Lights of Truth says, great deal. Sometimes mine comes the next day. It can be upsetting if it's for an event. I don't know what's taking the UPS man so long. But that's another reason why I'm not playing anything, why I keep talking, because I'm listening for that bell. Somebody said most crimes are committed in your area by those with the opportunity and the motive. That includes all races. Nia said his motive wasn't hate. Well, what I'm saying is that why would you put a gun to somebody's head because they were friends with somebody of another race? How can you assume that everybody is bad? All white people are evil. If that was the case, we'd still be in chains. Judge a person by what they show you. Judge a person by what they show you. Jesus gave a great parable. It's called the story of the 2 sons. A man had 2 sons, and it was time to harvest the crops. And he told the first son, hey, I need you to come out there and help me. We got to get these crops together. And the son said, sure, I'll be there. No problem, Dad. Now, they didn't talk like that back then, but I'm saying it so you understand it. And he went to the second son, and he said, son, it's harvest time. I need you to come out there and help me get these crops. Son said, man, I ain't coming. You got better thing to do than go and do some crops. So the time came to go out there. The first son that said that he was going to come, he didn't show up. Left his father hanging. But the son who said he wasn't going to come, he thought about it. And he went out there and he helped his dad. Who was the better son? The son that said, yes, Dad, whatever you want, I'll be there, and didn't go. Or the son who said, man, I ain't got time for that crap, but thought about it and went and helped his dad. Who was the better son? I'm asking y'all in the chat, who was the better son? Because a lot of y'all know people that tell you they're going to do something. And when the time comes, they don't do nothing. But they can talk you a good game. The first was the better son, the son that said that he was going to go and didn't show up. Life's the truth. That was the better son. The son that said, sure, I'll be there, and didn't go. Like the truth say, that's the better son. Are you trolling us? Life's the truth? Are you trolling us? He said, oh. I said the first son said he would go, but then didn't. The second son said, man, I ain't got time for that. But then he thought about it and he went. You can't listen. Like the truth said, wrong, son, I got it backwards. I got you, like the truth. The son that said, I won't do it, but then did the right thing. That's the better son. That's the son that you need to put your effort into. The other son that say he gonna do something but don't follow through, that's the one you got to ignore. 2 years ago, when I set out to be the only YouTuber in the sector, the live stream in 2K, everybody laughed at me. But here we are, live streaming in 2K. When I kept telling everybody I was going to get an apartment and I was going to make the living room a full studio, a studio for just the show, everybody laughed at me. You live in a giant room with a bathroom in the kitchen. How are you going to have a room separate for YouTube? Yet here we are. This isn't what do you call it? This isn't what you call them? Oops. Y'all can see. I said we was gonna have a studio dedicated to the show, and it's dedicated to the show. I don't have a green screen behind me anymore. Now, I could turn it around and face that way, but I always wanted to have my back because in the summertime, we going to pull the shades up and we going to open the curtains. I'm going to get one of them curtain ties and we're going to open the curtain. I've always wanted to have a studio, you know, but some people, you full of stuff. I said I wanted to have guests. We ordered another chair so that we can have a place for our guests to sit. And unfortunately, and it is unfortunately, we found a good deal And though they say it was too good to be true, it is. The person was fraudulent, and eBay gave us the money back, and so we bought another chair from Amazon. We should have been had a chair. And we waiting for that right now. I'm waiting on that bell to ring. They came by yesterday, and the guy left apartment B. We are numerical. I don't know what that guy was doing yesterday. I don't know. He was on something or I don't know. But you go by what somebody do, not what they say. A man once told me that he worked for an Amish man. And the Amish man was so nice to him. But he said he worked for 10 years, never got a raise, never got a promotion. But the man was nice to him when he spoke to him. He said he quit that job and he started working for a racist man. And he said the man would tell him, hey, you's an N, God darn it, but you's a good worker. And he got promoted and made more money and was made supervisor. But the owner would still tell him, yeah, you're still a jigaboo. Hey, who would you rather work for? Somebody who tell you to your face, but don't stop you from succeeding, or somebody that smile in your face and hold you back behind the scenes? Who would you rather work for? Who would you feel more comfortable under? Who are you going to flourish under? I've never forgotten that. Because I use that as my basis for everybody I work for. I don't listen to what they say to me. I watch their action. Because they can tell me, oh, you're doing great. Oh, I might just be the token for the government to give them some money. That man might not give a darn about me. But a smile on my face to get that money. My first job. No, my second job. I'm sorry. My first job was Social Security building. My first job was at a restaurant. And I found out that they hired me and another person, and we had to fill out a special form for the government. And the government paid them to hire us. The government wanted to get more black people into that restaurant franchise, and they were paid. And I was insulted as a young man. But you know what? I went in there and I outworked every white person in there. And it's not being racist. I went and bust my butt. I busted my butt. I was always the last to leave. And I made sure everything was spotless. And people would say, use a kiss up. I said, you know what? The government got us in here. And I would always tell the other black person, the government got us in here. But it don't matter how we got here. Our actions is going to determine whether or not we stay. Because if we come in here and be lazy and be cracking jokes and be making fun of people, they're not going to care about the money anymore. They're going to want to get us the hell out of here. We got to come in here and show that we can be just as good as the white people they hired. And we were. And they hired another black person. And they hired another black person. I like to think that we started that. Some of y'all was saying, you was a kiss. No. You should have just rolled the government. No. I got in there and hustled. Because even though they got paid for it, they still took a chance. Because the customers wasn't used to seeing black folk in there. We had to go in there and show that we can be behaved, we can be civilized, despite what you see on TV, despite what you hear in the rap music, that we can come in there and be civilized and that we can be great workers. Not all of us are what you see on TV. And we don't understand. We are the representative of each other. We are each other's keeper because you don't know the perception. I've had so many white people tell me in my life, I didn't know black people could be intelligent. I didn't know black people could be hard workers. I've been told all my life that they lazy, that all they want to do is dance, sing, and drink, and eat watermelon, and eat fried chicken. You showed me something different. You don't forget these things when they happen to you. And some of you have experienced it. And some of you have perpetuated the myths that they have about us. When are we going to take responsibility for what we do individually? Because when you on the corner acting a fool, when you see a white nerd walking and there's 4 or 5 of y'all and y'all pick on him and call him names, why do you seem surprised when he go crazy and snap and try to kill a bunch of you? We perpetuate violence by our actions. If we can prove that we are just as good as everybody else, we'll be accepted. But if you try to push the myths that's already out there, you make it worse for everybody that come behind you. You're not setting a standard. You're killing the chances for the youth because nobody's going to want to deal with them. Because if you act a fool, they're going to assume that they're going to act a fool, and that's not fair. I try to make things better for the person that come behind me. I don't care about the person that was before me. I worry about the person that comes behind me because I'm coming behind somebody. And if they weren't good, they ain't going to expect me to be good. So I got to make up for what they did or might have did. I got to show reparation. Hey, that person was bad. I'm not. We all ain't bad. And hopefully they'll say, hey, let's take a chance and hire another one. That's the attitude you got to have. If you don't have that attitude, you can't grow. Because nobody going to want to take a chance on you. If you go get a mortgage and they're reluctant to give it to you, and you go out there and mess around and lose the house, what about the next couple that come behind you that want a mortgage? They're not going to give it to them because of what you did. You are your brother's keeper, whether you want to admit it or not. You are your brother's keeper. And we should keep that in mind. We are responsible for each other. When one person succeeds, it paves the way for another person to succeed. But if all you do is just play the race game, play the race card, and use it as an excuse not to excel, ain't nobody going to want to fool with you. Nia said most of the excitement has dwindled. It usually does. Like the truth said, my courthouses, social work, attorneys, and high-up careers are mostly black. Anyone can do anything. You're right, and we need to see more of them. I would like to see more. I like to see a balance. You know, when I used to go to the NVA, I hated the NVA. And it wasn't because of the nasty black people, especially the women, but it was because. Don't you realize they hire you because they have to? You're not going to make them want to hire anymore. You're there because they have to hire you. Remember that for the people that come behind you. Because they're going to find an excuse not to hire them. And y'all have been in the NVA. Y'all seen some of the nastiest people. And they think that because they can make the decision whether or not you get your license, whether or not you get your tags back, whether or not you get your insurance straight, they think that they God in there. And y'all know what I'm talking about. Nia said loan decisions are based on credit worthiness of the individual. I know a lot of people that had good credit and went and did something and ain't had good credit no more. I remember when I first got my car insurance. The man wasn't gonna give it to me. He was right down there on Fayette Street. What's his name? Katz. You ever heard of Katz Insurance? Google it. William Katz. He wasn't as big as he is now. But when I went down there in 1993, 23 years old, right there on Fayette Avenue in West Baltimore, like where the corner was shot at, where they made the corner at. You know, on HBO. I've shown y'all the series. The man looked at me. Now, I wore glasses then. I came in there, I had a nice dress shirt on, slacks, wingtips. I came in there. The guy looked at me and he said, I normally put you people on the Maryland State insurance, the state insurance. I don't put you on my personal insurance. And it's more expensive to be on that state. That's nobody want to be on the state insurance. But he said, you know what? Even though you're a new driver and it's risky, it's something about you. It's just something about you. I'm going to put you on my own personal insurance. And I'm telling you, don't make me regret it. I'm going to teach you my 5 things that I require of you when you on the road. I don't care what you hit. I don't care if you hit a pole. I don't care if you jump the curb. I don't care if you crash into a building. It's certain things that drivers that drive for me don't do. Number 1, you don't hit a school bus with children on it. I don't care what you got to do to avoid it. Number 2, do not hit a BMW. Number 3, don't hit an MTA bus. Everybody and their mother will swear they are hurt. It will crush me, paying out all those people. 4, don't hit a Mercedes. And 5, for God's sakes, don't hit a Lexus. And I told him, yes, sir, I won't disappoint you. And I didn't. The man took a chance on me. And I didn't disappoint him. And when I went back to go pay him, because you pay like 6 months. Some people pay about a month. Some people do 6 months. There was actually black people in there sitting down waiting to get waited on. I like to think that I helped with that because I set a good example. When I went in there before, I was the only black person in there. I like to think that maybe I paved the way for more black men not to have to be on that Maryland state insurance. And those of you who got insurance when you were young, they put you on that state insurance. That state insurance is high. It's better to be on private insurance. It's a lot lower. But you have to prove your worthiness. You have to set a good example. I could have went in there in my Yo Boy clothes. I'd have been on that state insurance. I could have went in there, hey, I need some insurance there. Come on, Chico, come up with that insurance so I can drive my car. Go out there and show off for the honeys. I'd have been on that state insurance. When I went to the mall and I bought the shirt and pants that I wore, my friends made fun of me. You dressing up for the white man. when I went to buy the shoes. And I went to Payless and bought them shoes. There was some cheap Payless shoes. I bought them that one time. I only wore them when I went to go pay them. There you go. Now you're buying shoes for the white man too. Look at you. But I was only paying $100 and something a month. Back then insurance was high. They were paying like $250. But they told me that I was buck dancing. I was able to take that $100, $125 and do something with it. That's money they didn't have because they didn't put the effort out. It's not what you say. It's what you do. That's your worthiness. I know people that got damn good credit and owe me money. And owe other people money. They don't owe the creditors, but man, they owe people. Nia said she's never heard of state insurance before. It's called the Maryland State Automobile Insurance Fund. Have you ever been hit by uninsured motorists? It's that same fund that pays you. If you get hit by uninsured motorists, the Maryland State Fund covers you. And then they go after the person that hit you. I don't know if that's in every state, but here in Maryland, you can Google it. The Maryland State Insurance Fund. It's state-run. You don't want to be on a state-run program for insurance. You want to be with somebody like an Allstate or somebody like a Progressive. You can get a lower rate because they cover you, not the state. But y'all want me to Google it? Unless they changed it since 1993. Let's go take a look here. That's what they call it, MAIF, Maryland State Insurance Fund, MAIF. Here it is right here. Auto, health, home, life, commercial, video, Maryland Health Connection. Wait a minute. Look up top. Welcome to the Maryland State Insurance Administration. The agency goal is to provide efficient, effective service to both the consumers of insurance products and the insurance industry. The Maryland Insurance Administration best serves its core constituents by ensuring fair treatment of customers. This consumer protection begins by regulating the availability of insurance coverage at fair prices and extends to issues of solvency and fair sales, claims, and settlement practices. Now, the one thing about if you a new driver and you don't have parents or relatives that have insurance and you can't get on their policy, when you go to a private insurer, and it's not a big company, no, because when I went to Allstate the first time, Allstate had me on MAIF, and it's more expensive. They call it, they call it MAIF. It's for inexperienced drivers or people, like DUI people and people that just do stupid stuff. That's the last stop. When you see the Cats Auto Insurance, and when you see the General, do y'all have the General where y'all live at? You know, Mutual of Omaha, Progressive. You know, the insurance back then wasn't as competitive as it is now. It's like insurance companies everywhere now. Everybody wants you come here, come here, come here. It wasn't like that back in the early 90s. Insurance was a privilege. It wasn't a right. It was a privilege. And people didn't want to take a risk on new drivers or young drivers or people that had DUIs or people that had a lot of accidents. They didn't want to take a risk with you. So what they would do is the state came up with its own insurance policy. And they charged more money than everybody else. But they took that money, the extra money, and they made a fund. And so if you got hit by somebody who didn't have insurance, your lawyer could tap into the Maryland state. Y'all remember when No Night by Cash gave me the money to ride out to Owens Mills to go see the lawyer to get the check? Y'all remember that? The reason why it took so long, it was a rental car that hit us. And it was actually 3 cars involved in the accident. One person didn't have insurance. The other person, they can't find. He was a college student from another state. And he vanished. They couldn't find him. So we had to go to the Maryland State Automobile Fund. That's why it took so long to get the settlement. But they paid it. Y'all remember? It took forever, but they paid it. So I think every state has a fund like that. It might be called something different. No, it's more expensive. That's why it's better to be with an Allstate or a Progressive or a General. Somebody that got enough money that they can cover you without the state. Because see, a lot of small insurance companies, they'll work for them, but they'll have their own name. Like I told you, I was driving for Cats Insurance. Back then, the majority of the people he had, unless he trusted them, he had them on the Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund. And it was expensive. When they did well, he would bring them under his name, and then he would cover them. So it's possible for you to go to Allstate and Allstate put you on a state fund, but it would be a lot. Yeah, we waited. Y'all remember? I did a live stream on the cab ride. It was almost $50 each way. Y'all like, God darn. We had called and made a deal. I think we had called and made a deal for each way. But yeah, No Night Broadcast covered it. Y'all remember I had to go up to the library and I had to fax them some papers. Y'all remember? That's why I said, you know, people always talk about, coming to YouTube, and even though I come to help y'all, and y'all have helped me back in ways, have made my life easier, have advanced me further. And not everybody donates, but those who do, I take the money and try to put it back into the show as much as possible, so that we at least technically, now we have glitches, but we try to stay as technical as we can be. You know. Nia says Kyle Rittenhouse is on the run after being released on $2 million bond. Whoever put up that $2 million is mad right now. Let's go take a look. Liz said, oh dear, let's see how long it take to catch him. Well, I wonder how long it's going to take for us to get our stuff. Let me make sure that they haven't come by here and tried the old trick again. No. Two people sent me a message saying that Chung Lee made a video. She sent me on Hangouts. I didn't get a chance to watch it though. I didn't get a chance to watch it. Oh, this was 14 minutes ago, y'all. We can't turn this down.
Stop letting cluttered medication.
Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Wait a minute, go back. Hit the mute button. Let me make sure y'all can see it. No, I'm on the screen. Let me get me out the screen. There you go. That's why you always check. All right, let's get it.
They have arrested a man who allegedly posed as an officer and abducted a teenager. CBS News' Natalie Dedridge has more from Lindenhurst.
Well, according to authorities, the man was not wearing a police uniform, but did tell two teenage girls that he was a cop. He offered to give them a ride and then drove off with one of them, and that girl was able to fend him off. Now, this all happened here along Herbert Avenue at about 3:30 Wednesday. Police say a man approached the two girls, 14 and 16, while they were out walking. Authorities say he pulled up in a white SUV, told the girls he was a police officer, asked where they were going, and they told him they were walking to a local library. He offered to drive them there, and according to the girls, he did take them to Lindenhurst Memorial Library parking lot, told the 16-year-old girl to leave so he could talk to the 14-year-old girl, and then he drove off with her to a nearby park known as Fireman's Park and tried to touch her there. Police say she managed to fight this man off, got out, and ran to a nearby house for help, and that homeowner called 911. Police provided more details on the arrest at a noon press conference. Here's the latest.
Donald Cristiano, 46 years old, matched the description of the perpetrator.
Why did it switch to one ear?
Cristiano was located this morning at a rooming house where he rents a room in Bayshore and was arrested without incident when he walked out of the house this morning. Cristiano was charged with 2 counts of kidnapping, second degree, 2 counts of endangering the welfare of a child, criminal impersonation in the first degree, and 1 count of luring a child. It's outstanding. The young women that were involved in this, the courage and the bravery that they exemplified is just remarkable.
And police say that 14-year-old girl was taken to a hospital for observation and has since been released. We're in Lindenhurst, Long Island. Natalie Dedridge, CBS 2 News.
I mean, I'm looking for that story, but if I see another story, I'm gonna show it. Oh, this is just sad, y'all. This is just sad.
Let's watch Animaniacs.
Oops. This is sad, y'all.
Out on a fatality collision that occurred out here in the 12,000 block of Lockwood. At approximately 2:38, we received a call of a major accident. Basically what happened was there was a minor accident that occurred here in the 12,000 block involving a red Honda Accord. There were 2 occupants of the Honda Accord, and then the Cadillac CTS had a male driver and 2 female occupants with them. Basically, they were traveling southbound on Lockwood whenever the red Honda Accord was struck from behind by the Cadillac CTS. The driver of the Honda pulled off to the right side of the road, off the road, and the driver of the Cadillac did not pull off into the neighborhood. He stayed in the outside lane. After he stopped his vehicle, he got out of the vehicle, and as he got out of the vehicle and was standing beside the vehicle, he was struck by another Mercedes 4-door that was traveling southbound on the inside lane of Lockwood Drive. The driver of the Mercedes stopped immediately, but the driver that was struck was actually pinned underneath the vehicle. The ambulance came, ambulance medics checked them out, and the driver was actually transported to Herman Hospital by Life Flight, where he ended up dying from injuries that he sustained in the crash. The driver of the Mercedes was checked out. There were no signs of impairment. He was cooperative on scene. But this stretch of the roadway, there's absolutely no lighting on Lockwood at all. There's a little bit of lighting as you enter into that neighborhood, but Lockwood is totally dark. No lighting at all. And just basically, he said he didn't see the pedestrian that was standing outside of his vehicle. So right now, that's what we're investigating. Like I said, we should be out here about another 30 minutes to an hour, just completing our on-scene investigation. Right now, there are no charges. Like I said, we'll be doing an investigation into the crash a little bit more, doing some reconstruction and things of that nature. But as of right now, no charges.
How to get super fast Wi-Fi.
The one thing that we learned from the police is that they shouldn't stand, like on the side of the road and lean in your car, that they should come around to the passenger side so a motorist don't hit them. This dude should have stayed in his car until the police got there. That's really sad that man lost his life because of that. It's really sad. But that's a good lesson for us to learn. Stay in your car till the police come. All right, this 2 hours ago out of New York.
New York police need help finding 4 men behind a robbery on the Upper East Side. Officers say around 10:40 Sunday night, they followed a 68-year-old man into his building near 81st Street and Madison Avenue. In the lobby, they pulled out guns and forced the victim and the building's 67-year-old doorman into the elevator. Once up at the victim's apartment, they took cash and jewelry worth around $10,000. They left in a dark-colored minivan. Anyone with any information is asked to call NYPD's Crime Stoppers hotline. The phone number is 1-800-577-TIPS. Katie Johnston for CBSNewYork.com.
Now you know that those men are going to be afraid of black people for a while, and they might actually have a chance to help a good person, and they're going to hesitate because of stupid idiots like this. Sad.
Posted. Danger for an FHP trooper after a driver walked up to a patrol car and opened fire.
The trooper then returned fire. Local 10 News reporter Parker Branson is live at the scene of this trooper-involved shooting.
Well, how does new? We covered this yesterday.
Miami-Dade. Parker.
It ain't new.
Alexis, this trooper did not have anybody pulled over or anything like that. He was just sitting in his patrol unit when someone walked up to him and started shooting. Several people who worked nearby rushing over to help.
Cell phone video showing a gunman on the ground moments after investigators say he opened fire on a state trooper sitting in a marked cruiser near the intersection of Miami Gardens Drive and West Dixie Highway Wednesday. That trooper returning fire, hitting him before he is seen taking away his gun and putting it on the back of his car.
The subject approached the patrol car and began firing into the patrol vehicle, at which time the trooper immediately responded and returned fire, striking the subject in the roadway.
Bullet holes riddle the driver's side window of the cruiser. The suspect's white car parked in the lanes of traffic just a few feet away. Remarkably, the trooper was not hit in the gunfire.
We just heard some gunshots, and then we ran outside and saw the officer trying to help the subject, so we ran over and helped.
Matthew Cooper says he and his employees rushed over to try and help the suspect after he was shot. A massive response from law enforcement.
During the gunfire, one of the bullets busted through the window at Greenfield Animal Hospital. Thankfully, no animals or people were hurt.
From above in Sky 10, you can see the gunman was transported to Aventura Hospital, while investigators now work to find out what led up to the shooting. Cooper still trying to figure out how that trooper was not hit.
I think 4 or 5 bullet holes in his front window.
And to think he wasn't hit.
Yeah. He was in severe shock, as anyone would be. And he was actually just more focused on helping that individual.
And we are told today that suspect still being treated in the hospital. That identity of the suspect has not been released. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is investigating this situation. We're live in Northeast Miami-Dade. I'm Parker.
Now, we had already seen this. We saw this about, about 4 in the morning yesterday. So, to me, it's old. But let me pull the chat up for a second. So, where was this superior genetics at? You're standing up. The cop is trapped in the car. You sneak up. You fire 5 bullets into a police car. You don't hit the daggone trooper. He fires back and got you laying on the ground. Yeah. Where was the genetics at then? How do you miss? How do you miss somebody that's sitting in the car 5 times? You missed, and you looking down at them, but they shoot back and you on the ground. Yeah. Where was the major genetics at then? Where was the physical superiority at then? And I listen. Wait a minute. This is Fox St. Louis, but it says car slams into a Maryland home. Wait a minute. They cover our news?
A rude awakening early this morning for the people living in a Maryland Heights home.
Shortly after 1, a driver had some kind of a medical issue, lost control of the car that they were driving, slammed into the attached garage of this house on Millwell Drive. Good thing is nobody was injured.
Well, this was a couple hours ago, so go ahead and let that play too.
Follow the breaking news we brought you earlier this morning on a shooting in South St. Louis. Fox 2's Chris Renier is on the scene with the latest. What do you have now, Chris?
Kim, we just received an update a short time ago from St. Louis Police Chief John Hayden, and this story, this situation has become even more tragic. Let me get out of the way. I'll let you go in here and take a look at where we're at. The focus continues to be at that second home or 4-family flat in this area. Chief Hayden confirming for us a short time ago that this is being investigated as a triple murder at this scene. He says we have a 30-year-old woman shot and killed along with 2 young children also shot and killed. One of the children, a 7-year-old girl, the other child, a 1-year-old girl. At this point, police are working on the premise that those 2 children are the children of the 30-year-old woman who was also killed in this horrible, horrible situation. We can show you some video earlier from Bomb Radio Automotive Group Skyfox as I relay what else we know. Police originally getting the call here for shots fired about 7 o'clock this morning. When they arrived, they found those 3 people deceased inside the
I've
home
been looking
here,
for it.
all
Somebody got a link
from gunshot wounds.
Send it.
Chief Hayden
But I'm
describing
not
the
gonna turn
scene
down
as
good
gruesome
stories.
and traumatic for the officers who went inside, discovered the bodies, and then began the investigation. Chief Hayden making clear this is not being investigated.
You say it's news, but it's not showing up. I can't turn down good stories. What is the guy name? Let me see if I can. Kyle Rittenhouse. I see released on bond. I don't see him breaking. Let's see what pops up. Kyle Rittenhouse post bail. The bail hearing. Released from prison. Bail set. Out on bail. Wait a minute, I'm trying to find him. Where is he? You figure it will pop right up. 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, 2 months, 1 week, 2 months, 2 months, 4 months, 3 months, 5 months, 1 week, 2 months, 2 months, 2 months. All right, let's type in jumps bail. All right, see what pops up. Post bail, 5 months, 5 months, 4 months. All right, can somebody send us a link? Can you send a link, Nia, to the Gmail? I don't see nothing about him jumping bond. I see prosecutors call for arrest warrant, higher bond. Maybe this will lead us to something. And Liz said, I just felt like I need to throw it out there because I don't have a clue what's going on. I'm in and out, do the work, but can you answer, BD, why is that? What was the question, Liz? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. And then amen. Liz said, afraid of black people for what? When people, a lot of times when people get robbed, especially when they get manhandled and pushed around, they normally fearful. Especially of people of their race. They're fearful. It goes away, but it don't matter if it's somebody that look like you. If you get held up every time you go outside, you're going to remember. And it'll go away in time, but you're still going to be frightened. If you're a woman that was assaulted, certain times when you go outside, you're going to be frightened. That's what I was referring to. Did anybody find a link yet? Let me go to Google. What's his name? Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse. All right, it says missing. Let's try that. CNN. Is he missing? Okay, this is 4 hours ago. So let's check that first. That's 4 hours ago, CNN. It's gonna take a second for the story to pop up. Hold on. Let me see if I can read some of it. Kyle Rittenhouse, the teenager accused of fatally shooting 2 men and wounding a third during the Jacob Blake protests in August, is under further scrutiny by authorities that could lead to his return to jail. Wisconsin prosecutor Wednesday asked to issue an arrest warrant for Rittenhouse, stating he violated his bail agreement but not disclosing his address after his release. Rittenhouse's legal team has countered with the need to keep his location secret due to claims of death threats against him. Much attention has been directed at
Kyle Rittenhouse appears to be a want-to-be cop, a former youth police cadet whose social media
Are they going to sneak a video in?
posts include support for police, referencing Blue Lives Matter, and including a post on his birthday.
Come on, CNN. CNN spinning. Hey, guess who? Liz, you took out of context what I said. And I'm speaking from personal experience. I know I haven't been robbed a lot in my life, but the 2 times that I have, I know that a couple days afterwards, as I would go outside, I would be reminded of it and I would be on alert, extra alert. Every time I heard a sound, I would turn around and had a pepper spray in my hand or a knife. But then after a couple days, things got back to normal. And I said, what would happen if somebody really needed help, but a person was feeling that way and wouldn't? Because they were hesitant. That's what I was saying. How was that offensive? Guess who said, hello, Minister Brother Derrick? She says, I enjoyed last night. There was a couple of times when I worked security. And we would have an awful incident. And I was lucky to leave that job with my life. And the next day I would go. And I would be on extra alert, extra edgy. But then as you get into the normal routine, you kind of forget it. Some people never forget it. Some people become traumatized. Most of the time, most people don't have no problems. And they don't understand the people who are hesitant. I remember one time somebody got shot on the parking lot. And me and another guard ran out there. And we were trying to keep the people back and wait for the police and the medics to arrive. And I was asking her, look, we got to keep these people back. And she just went into shock. And I'm like, come on, what are you doing? And she went into shock. And later on, she told me that she watched her cousin get shot dead in the street. And she had flashbacks. And all she could do was just shake. You don't know how people are going to react. And that's all I was saying. You don't know how people are going to react. Some people, bad things happen, they shake it off and go about their business. Some people, bad things happen, they have a mental breakdown. Some people are hesitant. I can imagine an old white man getting robbed and getting pushed around, a gun put to their face by some black people. Might be walking down the street and all of a sudden 3 black thugs start walking toward him. You don't know what he's thinking or what he's going to do. He might panic. You don't know. Everybody is different. If he happens to be having a gun And he's having flashbacks about the three men robbing him and the building guard. He might pull out a gun and shoot him. And the dumb men couldn't even be paying him no mind. You don't know what's in the mind of the person. You know? Guess who says we are part of the human race? We all need to come together. But I'm just saying, you know, you don't know how people react. I remember one time, me and a friend of mine, we actually were just walking, minding our own business. When some kids came out of nowhere and they started pushing us around. I picked up a bottle and was ready to fight. And my friend, who always talked about how good a fighter he was and how he was beating people up at his school and how he was the man, he froze. And I literally had to fight the people up by myself. Man, I ragged him for months. You big punk. But what I didn't know, one day he was playing football and he tackled the boy too hard. And the boy and his brothers beat him badly. I didn't know him then. And so when all the boys came out, he just panicked and froze. You don't know what people going through. You don't know how they're going to react. That's all I was saying. But man, I ragged him, boy. I ragged him to death. Y'all can't believe you sat there and ain't do nothing. You talked all that junk. I gave him the blues until he told me that story that I left him alone. When he told me what happened, I left him alone. But I was giving him, I was telling everybody, man, this guy supposed to be this big old fighter, man. He got punked. What if he was by himself, man? I ragged on him. And he finally told me, and I backed off. Lisa Chu said, I'm thankful to find your broadcast. Your stories hit the heart and soul. No, Lisa Chu, they're just true. I don't make stuff up. And it's unfortunate that I've grown up, but you know, I wasn't satisfied to be a Steve Urkel. I didn't want to be bullied. I realized that there was power. There's power in the clumsiness. When I realized all the things that Steve Urkel damaged, why he couldn't damage the bullies. To me, he was like a hero. He showed me you don't have to be punked. Take that awkwardness that damages property, transfer it to damaging people. All you got to do is get one person one good time, and other people will go, whoa, we better leave Brother Derrick alone. And I came up with this persona. I used to beat the lockers up. I used to beat the poles up. I used to punch cement walls. People were afraid of me. They wouldn't admit it. They were afraid of me. People would say, I will never fight Brother Derrick, but I'll shoot him. Brother Derrick ain't going to forearm me. He ain't going to suplex me. He ain't going to elbow drop me. He sure as heck ain't going to headbutt me. I'll put a bullet right in his head. But they left me alone. And that's what I wanted. Them leave me alone. And before I discovered that, all I had was my mouth. And I could just roast you down. And people would see me coming and would go the other way. But roasting was dangerous. It ain't like it is here on YouTube. I keep telling y'all, roasting is dangerous in the street. Because even if you winning, you don't know when somebody in that crowd that loves that person is going to stand up for them. And you could get hit from behind. You could get stabbed from behind. You can get shot from behind. And you focus on that one person and oblivious to what's going on around you. You could have a situation where you could win the roast and get beat up. You know? You could win the roast and be laying there bleeding. And I saw this happen to somebody. They got beat up. They won the roast battle. And the boys' people beat them up. They beat them up bad. And I said, I want to make it so they don't want to even come around me. How can I do it? And that's when I came up with the idea. After my godbrother got me into watching professional wrestling, I said, well, what if you start beating up things? People will say, I don't want him to hit me. I don't want him to kick me. I don't want him to knee me. I don't want him to headbutt me. I'm going to leave him alone. And that's what I did. And for the most part, people left me alone. They were afraid of me. They wasn't afraid of my personality. They wasn't afraid of me as a person. But they was afraid of what my limbs could do to them. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They were afraid of what I physically could do to them. It wasn't that I had a mean demeanor. It was that they were afraid of what I could do to them. I mean, if somebody could headbutt a locker, if somebody could put dents in a locker, why they can't put dents in your body? No matter how soft he may look, his limbs is hard. Mm-hmm. And so why would you want to put yourself at risk for getting beat up by a nerd when he's not bothering you? Just leave him alone. And that's how I got through school. From middle school on, didn't nobody mess with me. I never challenged anybody, and nobody never challenged me. All right, we still looking for what's his name? Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, somebody hit the cash app. I don't want to say your name, but thanks for the donation. I'll look at the chat in a second. Let me keep going. Let me type Kyle Rittenhouse on the run. See what that says. All right, this is 18 hours ago. It looked like the same story though. Hold on. Prosecutors don't know Kyle Rittenhouse whereabouts. Seek arrest warrant. All right, let's get it.
I am so touched when a patient says they can't stop smiling and looking in the mirror.
He moved without telling the court. Prosecutors want him arrested again and his bond increased. But in documents filed late today, Rittenhouse's defense team says that he is staying in an undisclosed safe house because he's receiving threats. In new court documents filed Wednesday, prosecutors say Kyle Rittenhouse is no longer living at the Antioch, Illinois address listed, breaking a requirement to update the court when he moves. Prosecutors argue they should know where Rittenhouse is at all times, writing, quote, "Rarely does our
Remember, y'all need to
community
drop
see
the link.
accused murderers
Hold on.
roaming about freely."
Let me see if I can
Rittenhouse is accused
grab
of
it.
shooting 3 men during the Kenosha protests in August, killing 2. State attorneys say he's not taking the charges against him seriously, pointing to these images. The 18-year-old at a Mount Pleasant bar drinking. Prosecutors say he also flashed white supremacist signs. They want him arrested again and his bond upped $200,000. Kimberly Motley represents one of the men Rittenhouse shot in August.
I mean, I think it's outrageous. His bail should be significantly increased. He should be looking at felony bail jumping charges. There should be more consequences to what he's doing.
Rittenhouse's attorneys countered late Wednesday, saying he's at an undisclosed safe house because his family is getting threats. They argue they tried to give prosecutors his new address if they kept it secret. They refused. Defense attorneys wouldn't speak with us on camera tonight. Is Mark Richards available?
We're not giving any comment this afternoon.
Rittenhouse could spend the rest of his life in prison if convicted.
Ben, does Rittenhouse's legal team know where he is now?
Patrick, they say they do. In those court documents filed late today, they say they have been in constant contact with him. They also filed that new safe house address with the court, Patrick, also with the request to keep that address out of public view.
Ben Wagner reporting live in Kenosha.
What? Wait a minute, y'all. Oh, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Something ain't right. They need to, wait a minute. Something ain't right. What? Hey, y'all, what's today's date? Is the day February the 4th? Hold on a sec, y'all. They trying to say they delivered. Hold on. They trying to say they delivered the package. Yeah, this is ridiculous. That we sitting here. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Something ain't right. Wait a minute. What? Hold on a second. Wait a minute, y'all. Something ain't right. So where's the chair? How is the chair out for delivery? Y'all see that, right? The chair is out for delivery, right? Now the chair and the light bulb coming together. Now I really don't, I can ride up to John's or go to Family Dollar and get a light bulb. That's not a big deal. But this says delivery to attempted today at 11:12 a.m. We were here live. So how did they attempt to deliver the light bulb today? That doesn't make any sense. It says incorrect address. Okay, hold on a sec. I don't understand this. I really don't. I don't understand this. Thank you. Hold on a sec, y'all. This is crazy. Customer service. The phone getting on my nerves. What was that? Make sure it wasn't important. Thanks for the donation. I don't know who that is in the chat, but I appreciate it. If you want to let everybody know, you can tell everybody. I need more help. Have us call you. So all right, y'all. Y'all gonna call with me live. Yes. Can I speak to somebody, please? Can I speak to somebody, please? Can I speak to somebody, please? Yes, I do. Yes. This is crazy, yo. This is crazy. Hey, hi, my name is Derrick Franklin. Can you tell me what's going on with my 2 orders that I ordered from y'all? I want to know why I'm being yoked around. I mean, I'm a good customer. I order from y'all a lot, and I don't understand. I moved, and the instructions are so simple now, but it seems UPS cannot follow them. All they have to do is ring doorbell number 8. Now, yesterday, they said a guy came by, and he left a notice on my door that says apartment B. In my complex, we are all numerical. There are no letters on the apartment numbers. So why did he put apartment B, and why he didn't follow the instructions? The instructions are to ring the bell for the apartment. He could have rang any bell. Somebody would have came and opened the door for him. I don't understand what the problem is, because we have a lobby and then we have another door. So somebody wouldn't have had no problem letting him leave it in the lobby and locking the door behind him so nobody would steal the package. I don't understand what's going on here. So I called yesterday, and they said that they will redeliver it today. I've been sitting here waiting for that doorbell to ring like I waited yesterday. I got a message saying that it's undeliverable. But it's 2 things that I ordered from y'all. I ordered a chair also, and it says the chair is still coming. So what's going on? Because yesterday they were together. How are they separate today?
not received your items yet, and those are for the inconvenience caused. Could you kindly give me the last 4 digits of the order number for the items that you're waiting for, so I can just check on them for you?
Okay. Let me go to order details. All right. You said that the last 4 or the last 6? Okay. 5860. Oops. Yeah, it's just a light bulb.
Yes, it is just a light bulb, so there's only one order under this order number, and it is only for the light bulb.
Yes, I actually ordered a chair also. They both were supposed to come yesterday, and the driver apparently had both of them. So even though they have different tracking numbers, how are they separate?
So let me just check for the chair.
Well,
Executive office chair in black.
it says it was attempted today at 11:12 a.m. I've been up since 8 o'clock this morning. Ain't nobody rang this doorbell, and they saying that it's a problem with the address. I called UPS 3 times yesterday, and they supposed to be delivering both of those items today, and I'm trying to figure out what's the problem now. Yesterday, they said they came by 11:58. Today, they said they came by 11:12, but yet this says that the chair is still out for delivery. But yesterday, they were together, so what's going on?
What are the last 4 digits of the chair, Derrick?
The last 4 digits of the chair, hold on. Let me back out. I'm on Amazon.com right now. Okay, scroll down to the chair, and order details for the chair is 0656. Now it says,
So the last 4 digits of the chair, because 0656 is actually for a USB Wi-Fi adapter. Can you just double check?
hold on, maybe I hit the wrong one. Hold on. Yeah, I did. I hit the wrong one. That was delivered in January. Hold on. Go to order details. I hit the wrong thing. Sorry about that. I ordered a lot from y'all. It's last 4 digits is 3428.
3428.
Yes.
That is for the chair.
Yes.
Okay, so the chair is still out for delivery. It was also updated to this morning at around 3:41 a.m. to say that it was out for delivery. And with the, let's see, with the light bulb, yes, so with the light bulb, it says that it was undeliverable due to the incorrect address. And let's see.
How was it undeliverable?
Okay, so they actually have a reason for incorrect address. Derrick, could you kindly confirm your full shipping address for me, please?
Yeah, hold on one sec. Minute.
So I'll just explain to them that you did call and you gave them the information that they needed, but the package still has not been delivered. And I'll also ask them to check on the delivery for the chair as well. Okay? So please stay on the line for me, Derrick.
Yes.
Please hold.
Now this is crazy. I called them 3 times yesterday. They actually hung up the information. I'm being nice because I'm live right now. I'm normally not as nice when I'm on the phone with these people. Somebody want to try and scam me, good luck. I'll get in these people butt. That's one thing I don't do. I don't play around. Don't play around with my money. Especially when it's not my money, it's y'all money. I don't play around. I get on everybody's butt. We are contacting UPS near. I just find it strange that they said somebody came by here at 11:12. My bell didn't ring. I'm sitting right here in the studio looking at the door to run down the steps. Nobody has come. This is ridiculous. It took forever to get the desk. We had to jump through hoops. Now it's taking forever to get the chair. I don't care about the light bulb. I can go to Family Dollar and get a light bulb. You know, it's 2 brand new 60-watt light bulbs I just put up there. I just wanted a 200-watt one to make it brighter in here. We doing the show without it. You know, we already have a chair. So the stuff that is not, this is just, you know, stuff to make the show look more professional. But it's not really, you know, necessary. It ain't like it's life-threatening. But man, why we got to go through so much trouble? When I'm in a better building and in a better position, I don't understand why we had to keep going through this. It's like, it's supposed to be easier now. Where I was at, if somebody came to the front of the building, there is no bell for me there at the last apartment. Here, there is a bell. All they gotta do is ring the bell. Why is it so hard? Yes, Nia, but I called 3 times yesterday. I talked to UPS 3 different times yesterday. Like the truth said, waited a year for a pool, laugh out loud. I got some stuff I've never gotten. Somebody stole our desk. It never popped up. You know, somebody stole our wagon. Somebody stole a whole box with 6 different things in it. And then the keyboard was sitting next to it in a separate box. They didn't take the keyboard, the new light, they didn't take the lighted keyboard. They took the stuff in the box, the junk. There was nothing in there but contact lens solution, heated gloves, stuff like that. The keyboard was worth more than everything in that box that they took. But it came in handy because with the refund, they normally take days to get it. I got that refund quick. I fussed so much. And I was able to pay them in to move the bed, so it worked out good. Yeah, the first wagon was stolen. You ain't know that? Luckily, the people sent us another one. Now, when I was over there, they had to walk down an alley and knock on the white door. Here, all they got to do is ring the bell at the front of the building. Just ring the bell. What's hard about that? And so if they saying the package is undeliverable, I just realized I had the daggone microphone in front of my face. I think it's supposed to be down like this. No, that's the furthest it go. Well, does it come out some? It popped right back. Why don't you stay out, sir? Stay out. I don't want to break it. Just stay out. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. Y'all can hear me. I can turn the microphone up a little bit. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. All right. How do I sound, y'all? I know I gotta go to the bathroom. We got them back. We never got the vinegar that you sent, Liz. We never got the gummies. But the second time we got the gummies. We didn't get them the first time. We still don't know where the daggone we still don't know where the daggone first desk is. The Amazon guy took a picture of it. There's no place in any of the complexes that got a cedar wooden door. I don't know where, and the floor pattern is different too. I don't know where he was at, but he definitely wasn't. He wasn't here. Nia says we have porch protection. If any packages come up missing, they're refunded. Nia said never had anything taken. Well, you're very fortunate. Must have been a great neighborhood. But the only instructions are ring the bell. That's it. You walk up to the door, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. All you gotta do is ring the bell. So how is it undeliverable? Liz says cameras. Yeah, I'm thinking about believe it or not, I was talking to somebody about getting a camera doorbell. I'm gonna call Fias. They didn't do that street. Maybe they do this street. As the truth said, a little old lady right across the door was caught stealing everything. That's a daggone shame that people want to steal other people's hard-earned property. I don't understand it. If you can't get something and can't get somebody to get it for you, you don't need it. It's not meant for you. You gotta go through all that. Light of Truth says the lady finally caught the thief. Like I said, we paid for the light bulb, but I mean, it ain't life or death. But I definitely want the chair. And I want to know if they were brought together yesterday, why are they brought separately today? And why did the chair go out at 5:08 in the morning? Hello? I'm here.
Yes, okay, so we do have a representative from UPS, and they do have information with regards to your packages. So for the first package, the light bulb, actually the driver had mistaken the apartment 8 for apartment B. So I just asked the representative to please make this clear that it's not apartment B, it's actually apartment 8. So they have fixed this for us, okay?
Okay, so what about the chair? Because the driver didn't deliver the chair yesterday either, and I got the notice and it says apartment B on it.
Yes, so we have fixed the issue with apartment B to say that it is actually apartment 8, but also with regards to the package, the chair, there is some information from the UPS as to how you would be able to actually get the chair. So please do stay on the line so that they can give you this information.
Okay, so is the chair being delivered today?
The chair has been delivered, but it has been delivered to an access point. So they're just going to give you the address so that you can have the chair picked up.
Why was it delivered to an access point? When I talked to UPS 3 times yesterday, and they said that somebody will call me back from the center, and nobody did. And I called back again, and the lady said, somebody will contact you, but if they don't, we will re-deliver both items tomorrow. So why is it at the center?
I apologize for this inconvenience, Derek. Let's just hear what UPS has to say. Thank you so much. You may go ahead.
Hello?
So hi, my name is Micah. Hi, sir. My name is Micah. I'm with UPS. So I wasn't aware that you had spoken with us before. This was my first time looking at this particular tracking number for you. Do you know what phone number you gave that agent when you spoke with them?
44. Yes, hold on. Let me make sure because I don't want to give it wrong. I ain't had it that long.
So the status of the other tracking number that we looked at for that one, hold on, wait, let me take that. Okay, so what I did for that, I remember now. I made it clear that that was not apartment B because they were saying that there was no apartment number. So he was looking at the scanner and thinking that it was saying apartment B. So he was confused as to where he was supposed to deliver it because it's all numbers. So I did make it clear that it's not a B, it's an 8. So apartment 8 is where it'll be delivered to. Now that's going to be happening tomorrow. That delivery is going to take place tomorrow.
So I'm not getting the bulb till tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Unless I make it so that they hold it at the customer center.
do have that option.
How long would it take for it to get to the customer center? Would it happen today?
That may be an option. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't.
No, the only reason I'm asking is because I'm not gonna make 2 trips, but I'll make the one.
Right. So I will also say though, sir, that it wouldn't be available at the access point that you're getting this package from. It would be available at the customer center, which would be a separate address.
Oh no, the customer center is all the way over there in by St. Agnes Hospital, ain't it? All the way over there on what's the name of that street? I ain't been over there in so long. But I know I know where y'all real center is. It's all the way over there off of Joe Avenue, over there by Wilkins Avenue, way over there by St. Agnes. And no, that's just let them deliver the bulb tomorrow and ask them just to ring the bell, and I'll run down. It's gonna I'm gonna put the mobility scooter together, carry it down the steps, and I'm gonna have to bring the wagon because it's a chair, so it's gonna be in a wide long box. So I'm gonna have to bring the trailer. So that's why I said, but you sure it's there?
Is definitely at that Advanced Auto Parts store, 2801 Greenmount Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland. And their opening times are from 7:30 a.m. to 9 o'clock p.m. during the week.
Okay, so I'm get ready. I'll probably be there within the hour. So all I have to do is go there and show my ID, and I can get the package.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So just bring the bulb tomorrow. And make sure the driver rings the doorbell. He rings the doorbell, I'm gonna run right downstairs. And like I said, and if the event, which I'm gonna be here, he can ring any bell, and a neighbor will come open the door, and will take the package.
Yes, sir.
And sit it in front of the door.
Right. Yes, sir. So I did go ahead and make sure that it was made known that it was apartment 8 and not apartment B. So that driver shouldn't have any issues with delivering that package to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, dear. I appreciate it. All right. Have a good one. All right. Hello? All right. They hung up. All right. All right, y'all. I got to get ready to get on the move. That daggone shame. We got all these people in the chat, and I got to stop the show to go run, but it's 3 in the afternoon. I need to get out of here before rush hour. So alrighty, y'all. Let me get out of here. I'm going to head up and get the package. I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna take the bike or if I'm going to take the scooter. That's a tough decision to make, because the weight of the package. I don't know how heavy that chair is, and so I don't know if I should take the bike or the scooter. Which one do y'all think? Should I take the bike and attach the wagon to it, or should I take the scooter? What do y'all think? And that's a shame that I have to go out here, but luckily it's not as icy as it was. Y'all know we had the snowstorm on the east, but I'm trying to think. I think it's slower to take the scooter. The bike is faster, and I still wanted to hit the market. What I might do is I might take the scooter, go get the chair, come back to the house, and then take the bike and go to Ace Hardware and then go to the market and come back. My concern is that when I get to if I take the bike, I'm not concerned about the snow as much and ice as much as I was, but I'm concerned about if I take the bike. I don't know if y'all feel me on this, but if I take the bike instead of taking the scooter, my real concern is if I take the bike instead of the scooter, am I going to be able to bring the bike inside the store, or do I have to leave it outside with the wagon? If it was just a bike by itself, I could just bring it in and keep it next to me. But having the wagon, are they going to allow me to bring it inside the store? If I leave it outside the store, is somebody going to try to steal it? That's my concern. If I take the scooter, I gotta make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trips down the stairs. And then when I get back, I gotta take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trips back up. Where I take the bike, I can put the scooter under my arm. I can put the wagon under my arm, and I can grab the bike and take them both down at the same time and have one trip. Or I can just drag the wagon and carry the bike down and just drag the wagon behind me. So what do y'all think? Should I take the scooter or should I take the wagon? So it's just a matter of, wait a minute, I got a phone call. Hello? Hello?
Hey, good show, Brother Derrick.
Hey, thank you.
I got a question. That's the only reason why I'm calling. Where do you have to go to pick up the is it the chair you're going to pick up?
Yes.
How far away is it?
About a mile.
How you want a cab? How much would it cost? About $10 there and back?
It's about $650 each way.
I'll give you $13 if you want to catch a cab. That way you don't I mean, unless you want to take the however you were going to go. I mean, I was just trying to help.
Well, that is a help. Yes, please, dear. That is a help.
Okay.
Yes, I'll go ahead.
Because I'd hate to see that box might be bigger than what you think. And you might be stuck with the mobility scooter or the bike and then can't get back home. And then you're like having to walk both. So, okay, I'll go ahead. I'll put you $15 on there.
Okay. Thank you, Chung Lee.
You're welcome.
So, all right. And since I'm taking the cab, I should be able to live stream. So, we'll be live.
Okay. Well, just give me I gotta go get my phone out my room and I'll do that for you.
Okay. Thank you, Chung Lee. I appreciate that, dear. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
And I heard you made a video. I haven't seen it yet though, but I'll check it out. Oh, she had already hung up. Hello? Okay. All righty. Yeah, Liz. I kept telling y'all I wanted to have a co-host. Y'all know the guy I always talk to. He's saying he want to be on the show. He obviously don't watch the show because he think he gonna make some money. We don't get views like that. I mean, that's what he think. But yeah, thanks to Chung Lee, I can go ahead and head up there and pick it back, bring it back, and then just drag it up the steps, and then I can hop on the bike and still hit the Ace Hardware and hit the market. So that's pretty cool. Or I can just hit Family. Well, yeah, I can hit Family Dollar. I still want to get the Surrender, but it's not that big a deal. I can it's a Family Dollar in that same shopping center with the Advance Auto, so I can go get some food from out of there, and it's a McDonald's across the street. If it's a couple dollars left over, I'm gonna go get me a burger and some fries. So cool. Y'all know the older guy I be talking to, the one that always got something to say. Y'all know it's a younger guy and it's an older guy. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Hello?
Hey, I sent you the $15. I just wanted to let you know. At first it said it was pending, and then it said retry. So I just wanted to let you know. It said it went through, so you might want to check. Because at first it said pending, and then it asked me to retry.
Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. I got a copyright claim. A copyright claim was filed for content and part 2, if human life is... Oh, okay, it's not this video. I was getting ready to have a heart attack. I was going to say, wait a minute, we haven't really shown anything today.
But you didn't even... It was about last night, or was it... I don't know.
Hold on.
Was it on the video?
I'm ready to knock it out right now. Give me a second.
Okay.
We get ready to knock this out right now. We're not even going to play with them. Let's go right in here.
Right.
Here it is. Part 2, if human life is valued, why are we killing each other? And it should be why are we, not why are killing each other, but it's okay. Let me go in here and see what's going on here. Who flagged this in that video? New York PD, Tyrone Cooper facing charges. Now, here's the key. While you always stop at the 6-hour mark, you can trim it out. So you go to trim out segment, and then you scroll down here. And this is the part right here. We can't show it because then I'll get flagged here. So then you hit trim, and then you wait until it says that you can close it. See, it says this might take a while. You can close the window. And then you close it, and it's probably going to take them about 20 hours to get rid of it. But there you go. And then I'll be able to get the money on. Let me see if there's anything else here. Oh, it's 2 of them. Wait a minute. Hold on. It's another one? Yeah, it's 2 of them. I don't know if I can do it because it's airs on the first. So it's 2 videos. Wait a minute. How did they get me on the same video twice? They got me on the same. How much I paid it twice?
You played it twice, I think.
Let me see. Yeah, but sure is. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait probably till like 1 or 2 in the morning and come back. So let's look at part 3. Merry Christmas, BD family. I think I took care of that already. Yep, and we got full monetization back. And then what's the next one? Update on a female police case. Did we fix that? Limited. Okay, so we got that fixed. You know, the majority of the videos are not fully monetized. They only limited. So that's why we get like 2 to 8 cents on them on the limited ones. But we can get up to 12 to 14% on the ones that's green. So, you know, we really don't make a lot of money. It's just saying that we monetize.
But you did good today. You had a lot of people. One time you had over 20, almost 30 people in there.
Well, like I say, I hope that people understand that that I wasn't coming after the content creator. I was coming after the dumb content.
Yeah.
I just didn't feel that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I wonder if that was that the real RE in here?
I don't know. I don't know. I just I just thought that it just really looked bad. And I don't understand, why is it that the majority of the people, and I can say this, a lot of the people that support the sector are white people. So why do you attack the people who support the sector? Most of the best donors, not all, but most of them are white. Who do you hear Tommy and Chucky and Vic fighting over? They fighting over. They mostly white people. Why would you want to hurt the people that actually keep the sector going? I don't understand it. It's like
my son's home, Brother Derrick. My son's home. I'll call you back.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Chung Lee. All righty, y'all. So we get ready to ride up to the I'm gonna go ahead and get myself ready, and I'm gonna call a cab. I appreciate everybody that rocked with us today. Like I said, we didn't do this for clout chasing. I need y'all to understand that. We didn't do this for clout chasing. And there's no reason for somebody, to say that it's another black man attacking a black woman. No. There's no malice. But there's correction. We should be able to correct. It's in the Bible. We are supposed to correct each other. And there is a correction needed. There is a correction needed. Because the fact of the matter is, instead of worrying about people that's doing better than you, worry about yourself. Worry about what you're doing. Try to make life better where you live. Try to make the people you care about, make their life better. Just like Chung Lee just did for me. It's a lot easier to take a cab up there and come back. A lot easier. A lot easier to do that than it is to try to take the bike or scooter up there. Makes it easier. When you make things better for somebody you care about, that's what God and Jesus want. We should be doing that for each other. Those of us that are able. There's a reason why you're able. Stop the hate. Stop trying to puff your chest up. Stop trying to boost your ego. Truthfully, we're all going to die. But what we do while we're alive is going to determine what happens to you after you die. And I would feel better if I was standing in front of Jesus Christ and I knew I did the best that I could do to represent him and to represent my man. I'm going to be confident as I stand there because I come and try to bring you the knowledge that you need. I hope that that's enough to get me in. And I hope that y'all heed what I'm saying instead of saying, I ain't paying that man no mind. Put on him, But to attack people who you are jealous of, and that's what it is, you're jealous of them. If I'm jealous of somebody, I try to beat them. I don't admit defeat. If we sit around and complain, you admitting defeat. I try to beat them. If I can't beat them, at least be at their level. But not sit around and complain and whine and moan and groan. That's not going to get you nothing. Whoever prospered off of that? Why are you trying to make fun of people that are doing better than you? That'd be like if I had a daggone one of them old Pintos, one of them Starsky and Hutch cars, and I'm sitting there trying to talk about somebody that got a Cadillac Escalade. People are going to be like, really? Yeah, well, they might have a daggone Lamborghini. They might have a Hummer or a Beamer. And I might have this daggone 1970 old Mobile. But I drive better than them. See, my driving skill, look how I take them turns. My driving skills is better. So I'm better than them. Really? When you drive by, people laugh at your car. When they drive by, people want that car and go, oh, look at that. But you're better because you drive better than them. But they're driving something 50 times better than what you got. But you can drive a little better than them. That make you superior. But that's how silly that sounds. And I wanted to point that out. And some people got offended. And I understand. Some people got offended. But don't tell me I'm wrong. You can get offended, but don't tell me I'm wrong. And you had the opportunity to come in here and tell me I was wrong. You didn't. Accept people for their face value. Don't judge until you watch their behavior. Use your level of discernment. Yes, there are terrorists in the world. I've worked for many a Muslim person. I have rented and lived in their house. I ain't hacked up. I ain't blowed up. But soon as somebody say, oh, Muslim, oh, they gonna kill us all. Judge each person on who they are, what they show you, their character. That's how you judge a person, not how they look, and not what they say. Because they can tell you anything. They can look you dead in your face and tell you they like you. As soon as you get away, yeah, look at that daggone bum, man. You don't give him no job. Yeah. Watch how they do you. That's more important. Like I told y'all, I worked for people. They didn't like black people and they wasn't afraid to tell you. But they were fair. They gave you an honest shot. Then there was some that just wanted you there just because they got extra money and they smile in your face and do everything they could to keep you down. But because they smile in your face, that means that you love them back? Behavior, demeanor, that temper is more important than anything else. Judge a person by that. And remember, you can't judge the individual, but you can judge their behavior. Teach all that all the time. I know somebody gonna say, oh, you can't judge. No, you don't judge a person, because who are you to judge somebody? But you can judge a person's behavior. Person keep doing the same pattern, you can call it out. And that's what we did today. I think the young lady did not use great judgment in doing this video today, and I called it out. I judged the behavior. I didn't judge the person. We haven't said nothing negative, nothing mean to that young lady. We judged the content that she put forth, the action. We didn't judge the person. And I hope y'all remember that. Let me see. Somebody's saying something, so let me try and catch up here. If y'all want to, y'all need to go see the video. If she hasn't taken it down by now, her name is Cynthia Rose. Go watch her video today. That was the reason why I came live. I came live to correct the content of her video. I don't have nothing personal. I don't even know her. Now, Nia says it's her show. She can do whatever she wishes. You are correct, Nia. But are we each other's keeper? If I do something wrong and somebody comes to correct me, if I'm wrong, I won't get mad. But if you do get mad, that means the person was right. At our highs today, we had, 18 people in here? If you're worried about what 18 people think when you have hundreds, that doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all. That looks petty. Especially when you know I'm right. So I don't have no problem with you. You ain't got to go make no 50 videos. You ain't got to go have a seizure. I just offered you some correction. You can take it or you can leave it. It's your show. But you are a symbol to a lot of people. And I felt that the content was wrong. Some will agree and some won't. Nia says, if someone have a different belief system than myself, that is on them. Live and let live. So if your next door neighbor likes to molest the children in the neighborhood, you just gonna let them live and let live. You're not gonna say, hey, you need to stop that. That wasn't right. Do we have to call the police on you? You said that's different. It's foul. Trying to boost people's egos up and not telling them how to fix their situation. I think that is foul. She didn't say one thing about how you could reverse what happened. Since you're so genetically superior, why she didn't tell you how to reverse what happened? Maybe you wasn't offended by it. I was. It reminded me how bad our race is done. How could you feel good about that? I'm ashamed. How could you go around with your chest puffed out, with your ego on fire? We need to start doing better, and we need for our leaders to start telling us that. Do better, not complain. Do better, not make excuses. Stop whining and make something happen. But to say, yeah, I'm better than you because my blood, it's simple. Now, that's my opinion. And if there are consequences to what I said today, I'll gladly accept them. But I spoke up. I saw something foul, and I said something about it. The Spirit said, you can't sit by. You see this. Do something about it. You don't have the platform, but still, don't let everybody think that that's okay. It's not okay. Liz says, Nia says, our race is not done. What are you speaking about? Liz said, compare statistics, especially those on welfare. Nia says, yes, Liz, myself and my husband are yours too. I didn't say all black people are bums or criminals. You said making it come off. You said there are actually a lot of successful black people. You see the state that our people are in, that we've been in. It ain't just here in America. It's been going on for thousands of years. When are we going to step up? Why we keep passing off the responsibility? Yes, we've made achievements. But we can do better. And we should be striving to do better. We should be encouraging people to want to do better, not sit around and complain. Now, some of y'all are going to agree and some of y'all are going to disagree. But in the head-to-head battle, you're going to lose. Because for every successful black person you show, I'll be able to find 20,000 that ain't done nothing to kill your argument. We got to do better. So, all right, y'all, let me get up here and get this chair. I appreciate everybody that watched. Thanks, everybody, for coming by. Like I said, some of y'all agree, some of y'all disagree. But I always tell you, I don't tell you what I think. I don't tell you what I feel. Because everybody thinks something. Everybody feels something. But tell me what you know for a fact. And the things that I said, you can say, I feel. You shouldn't have said that, Brother Derrick. You can say, well, I think you shouldn't have said that. But you can't say, I was wrong. Know the difference. Know the difference. Liz said she asked me to show stats about the welfare. White people are 60% of the population, and we barely 14%. There should be more white people on welfare. It's 4 times as many people. What is it, like 15, 16 million black people? It's like 300 million white people. It should be more white people in jail. Look how many more of them there are in the country. There should be more on welfare. Look how many more are in the country. Let's stop playing semantics. But if you look at who's not on welfare, how are they doing? There's a lot more white people that's doing well than black people. Wherever you spend the argument, it's going to come back in your face. No matter how you spend the argument. But you're right, it is a myth. So how do we stop the myth? How do we stop the myth? By having more percentage of people succeeding. That kills the myth. But as you say, well, there are people that have black businesses. You know, not a lot of them, but it's some. You know, there are some people that go to school and graduate and become something. You know, there are some. They can say majority. We say some. Let's start working on that some. Make it to a majority. That's all I'm saying. Instead of focusing on stuff that's not really getting us nowhere. Having more melanin is not going to put no money in your pocket. Having a better blood type is not getting you a better position for a scholarship or to get a good job. Let's focus on the things they do. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know? But they're running the country. We're not. Let's focus on creating more black businesses. I got a plan, the videos up, several of them. I put them out there. Who is going to pick up the torch? Because see, y'all going to get into the semantics, but the stuff you saying isn't helping nobody. The stuff you're saying is not going to change. Yes, we have black businesses. We need more, a lot more. We need better teachers. We need better schools. We need better colleges. Let's talk about that. Instead of worrying about what somebody else has. Why don't we have it? We got $14 billion. I'm sorry, $14 trillion of buying power. And the majority of us give it away. And don't stay in our communities. Let's focus on that. Real issues, not superficial ones. Liz is stuck on welfare. Why does that one issue bother you so much? I'm getting ready to go outside and I'm wondering, am I going to get into a hassle? That shopping center I'm going to is not the most friendliest place in the world. But when I get there, I'm not looking for a white person to hassle me. It's going to be somebody, if I do get hassled, it's going to be somebody that look like me. Let me go deal with what you got to deal with. Stop worrying about what other people are doing and worry about what's going on around you. Liz said, no, you said you were speaking facts. So if we go look at the stats you talking about, how's that going to change with anything that I said? Miss Liz, I'll ask you there. I'll call you out. I want to know why these issues bother you so much. You said if I'm holding somebody accountable, I should provide proof. Proof of what? All right, y'all. So I see where it's going, but come on. Because, see, this is the I feel coming out now. So come on, bring it out. Bring it out so I can cut you down. Come on. I challenge you. What stats you want me to look up? If I'm a black person and I'm trying to do something in my community, why do I care how many white people are on welfare? How can I get more of my people to get off of it instead of worrying about other people that's on it? How that make sense? That's not an excuse. Well, there's more of them on welfare, so we ain't got to do nothing. That's what it sounds like. That's a cop-out. But come on. You said the criminal issues you speak about, look at those innocent black people who are jailed for being innocent. There are some. There's a lot more that's guilty. Like I said, I'm going to go out the door. I'm not looking for the KKK to get me. I'm looking for somebody that look like me to go upside my head. That's the last thing I'm worried about when I walk out the door. When I was at the ATM yesterday giving the landlord his money, I wasn't looking around for no white people to come bust me in the back of my head or put a gun in my head. I was looking for somebody that was just like me to do it. Let's change that reality. The fact that the majority of us are being raised not to care about each other. Why can't we do real stuff instead of this petty stuff? But before we go, one was welfare. What was the other statistic you wanted, Liz? What was the other statistic you wanted? Because we can come back and discuss it later. What was the other issue you want to talk about? Nia says, you have no clue who could be lurking about. If I'm looking to rob somebody, I'm looking to rob somebody that got more than me, not less. If I need to borrow something from somebody, I'm going to go to somebody that got more than me, not less. So not saying that it couldn't happen, but the probabilities are maybe like what? 1 in 1,000? 1 in 10,000? 1 in a million? I don't know. Now you said those jail compared whites and blacks. Since this is a race issue, and show the comparison to those jailed innocently. Well, earlier we did look at some stats. And one stat showed it was 93,000 more blacks. And the more recent stat we looked at said it was 39,000 more blacks. But why are we worried about how many are locked up? Why are we not worried about changing the issues that's causing them to get locked up? Do you understand where I'm coming from? While you on the little stuff, I'm trying to hit the big stuff. You at the little stuff. Why are they being locked up? Why are they doing crimes? Why are they not trying to succeed in the world? That's what we should be focusing on. Not trying to say, well, you know, the little bit we do is enough. We should never be satisfied. We should always want to excel. Always. Not just be comfortable. Not just sit around and make excuses. Let's try to do better. That's all I ask. You said I'm degrading. I'm not degrading. I just said, why don't we focus? You want to talk about how many people are on the welfare rolls? How can we get people off the welfare rolls? You want to talk about people in jail? How do we keep people from going to jail? That's the real issue. How do we stop it? Slow it down. Not, wow, well, you know, it could be worse, you know. It's only, you know, could be a lot more in jail, you know. No, let's deal with the issues. Why the fact that people turn to crime? Why the fact that our kids want to be athletes or want to be football stars or want to be rappers or want to be singers and dancers instead of wanting to be professionals with careers in the 401k? Why is it that somebody has to get an NFL contract to buy their mother a house? Why should they have to buy their mother a house? Why their father didn't buy the mother a house? See, let's deal with the real issues. I want to fix things. And I want us to want to fix things, make them better. So you said no one wants to be degraded. That's not motivating. It wasn't degrading what she was showing you in the state that we've stayed in for 4,000 years. That wasn't degrading to you. That wasn't degrading. A lot of us can do better. And I'm trying to show the way. I expect opposition. A lot of people are content to keep things the way they are. But somebody got to start the movement. Somebody got to speak up. Somebody got to put their neck on the line and say something. I don't know. Somebody around here might be watching this show. I might walk outside and get jumped. I don't know. I might have offended somebody. But God darn it, it needed to be said, and I said it. You don't know. If I thought like most of the people I know think, I would still be doing this show with a cell phone. If I listened to the people just on these YouTube streets and the things they've said about me, I wouldn't even be doing the show if I cared what they thought. But I know I bring something that needs to be brought. Whether it's popular or not, it needs to be said. Sometimes you got to pay consequences for speaking up. I don't mind that. I accept it. I accept the responsibility. I keep my life an open book. I'm not scared to be doxxed. I'm not scared to let you know where I go. I'm not trying to hide nothing from you. I just want us to do better and help each other. So, all right, y'all, let me go get out of here. I appreciate y'all for watching. And I hope that we made a difference in some minds. But alrighty, as Nia would say, I see you soon. As I would say, I see you later. Thanks for watching, everybody. And I'll see y'all in a little bit. I'm gonna try to find the selfie stick. It's around here somewhere. I think it's in that basket. I'm gonna try to find the selfie stick.